Hello, good afternoon, welcome. I am Wormslayer2146. It is Saturday, 17th of December 2022, and we're finally back to play some more Anno 1800, which I've been looking forward to while I've been off ill. You may be able to hear that I'm still not feeling 100%, still got a few little tickly coughs this morning, still feeling a bit rough. So we'll just have to see how it goes today. Obviously it's going to be chill time anyway, but I had wanted to do an extra long stream to catch up on the missed time, and I'm not 100% confident that we will make it to 10 PM tonight. So we'll just keep going until my voice gives in, basically, and then if we have to call it early then we will. But we'll see how it goes. We'll just enjoy some Anno for as long as we can today. And try not to push myself too hard, try and note this early, so maybe just need more breaks as we go, but we'll see. Let's bring the game back up and take stock of where we are. Now I remember, let's slow it down. I've rolled back to a slightly earlier save. In the last stream that we did a whole bunch of military stuff to see how it worked, to learn some lessons, and essentially learned that the approach that I took is bad. So I think my conclusion in terms of military is the only way I would successfully do it is by getting just a couple of battle cruisers with some really good items, especially to increase their firing range, and then hang back a bit and outrange the defences of the island. So this is the one that we were aiming for, and we did find with a 15% bonus I could sit in my harbour and just outrange their cannons. You can kind of see that pink line there. So if we were taking a military approach, that's how I would do it. So we do have the option of doing that. The main problem is, as much as that will let us take an island, we then come under attack everywhere else. Just going to unpause all of our things that we've got, so we're
Frigate first class.
back working without the war. We're not going to declare war this time.
Stoner reporting.
Just need to find which one of these is the selling. It's that guy. Let's give him a
We shall
escort.
prevail together.
A few other random escorts. So yeah, I think I'm resigned to taking a more economic approach to how we approach the other players in the game, or perhaps a longer approach. We'll friendly up to the pirates and take them out later with their help, or something of that nature. The whole reason that we were trying to attack this island anyway was because we needed more space to make cigars, and the new DLC made that irrelevant because it gave us a whole new island. So we're just going to make cigars here instead, and then revisit the military idea later, I guess. Can't really afford to keep all of the ships. It would be nice if we kept a few of those battle cruisers. Maybe replaced the escort ships we've got in some places. We've got
Attention for the Admiral.
didn't even realise these guys were here, but we were going to sell off these ship of the lines that we didn't need, so we can do that.
Everything as usual.
Wonder if we get a better price elsewhere. 25 doesn't seem like much for a ship of the line.
Attention for the Admiral.
I'm going to send all these guys to High Clarence Hall, see if we get a better price there. Do the same with these monitors that I personally found useless. Or not useless, but worthless. They're 246 battle cruisers. Would be nice to keep them.
Ready the ropes.
See how our finances are as we start selling bits and pieces off. Sorry. So why don't we get started on the important things. So today I'd like to get the cigars up and running, get them shipping over to the Cape where they're needed, and then rather than continuing to push against the requirement in the Cape for the extra population, I'm just a bit bored of pushing our investor level.
Surprisingly,
We kind of need to juggle things around a bit more. I'm more interested in heading out to the Arctic for the next set of quests. The passage is that section there. So once we've got cigars up and running, I would like to start that quest chain instead of trying to grow Crown Falls anymore. And then when we've done a whole bunch of those quests over in the Arctic, we can come back and continue developing Crown Falls in different ways. So, cigar production. Wood, workshop and tobacco. That's quite a few workers to do that, so we are going to need a town here on the island. Ratio is quite extreme. 1 factory, 2 workshops, 4 plantations. It's half of a lumberjack. So let's start by, I guess, starting the town off would be the sensible thing to do. They're going to need various resources as well, food and what have you. It's a nice flat open island, so we don't really need to worry about where we put it. Let's just put a marketplace in the middle here and start working on it. Some timber production on the island, so we're not constantly having to ship it back and forth. Two lots. Another few blocks of housing in. Then, yes, fried plantains to begin with. So fish oil. 1 plantain to 1 kitchen. Let's put this over somewhere else. So what I'm thinking. We can move it later. Let's
you should go
worry
sit
about
in
it,
the
I guess.
shed.
Nice square fields, but
An explosion in one of your factories.
another exploded oil refinery. It's the betting we can't
I'm used to
repair
not
it.
having much.
There it is. Ah, thankfully we've got the materials. We'll just rebuild that straight away. We may need to start regularly shipping those materials over to repair. They blow up a lot.
If they don't bring some first.
Yeah, this building is not making a nice square field. How have I done it on previous islands? I've just not had a square field. Okay. It's an option. preferred option, but it's an option. Sure, there is an option for a square field at all, though. Bit a little thicker, so that's some kind of middle ground. That's close enough. Put the kitchen in too. Wait for more wood before we can do anything else. We can speed time up. I think I've got my head around where everything is and what we're up to. Battle cruisers, thinking about it. If we are going to replace our escort ships, then we'd want two here and 4 can go to the old world. Let's want to keep all the good items. We might as well keep everything. Particularly important how we go about it.
Ready for assignment.
So yeah, those 2 can stay here. Those 2 I'm also going to send to the old world in case we do decide to keep them. And if not, we'll just sell them there. Should speed time up a little to get the timber flowing here. I think there's anything else we're in the middle of working on. The actual layout of stuff in order to... It's particularly about getting the power supply to everything. We've got excess oil coming in so we can have more power, so we can get it to the
more than pass the test.
engineers that want it and aren't getting it, but it's how we arrange that. This grid layout that I've been using so far isn't a particularly good way of laying out the houses to get things like the services to them, so we will likely need to take a different approach to that. I think that's fine. Yeah, it's just about making sure we've got the cigar supply, because while they've got them, they're not being produced, so what have we got? It's all with the pirates, I think, which we've since stopped, but we're still going to get a massive right chance for it. I know
Of course, you know what's best.
there's some basic propaganda. People are unhappy about it, but maybe I should have added more happiness to counter that out.
Want to go places, do you?
Sure, we'll survive no matter what.
A competitor raised a settlement.
Kind of feel like we should come and settle this island just to stop other people from... It's a huge island.
These fabled
It'd be very awkward if someone else took it. Let's...
Stations.
we're going to need to bring more steel beams to this part of the world to do that. Flagship should be around here somewhere. Oh yeah, I remember. Flagship is currently doing a sales route. Don't actually want that. Scurvy Dog is the spare schooner we've got in the New World, so let's bring him over to do the champagne selling and free up our flagship. To come and take some steel beams over to the New World. also did, I remember talking a bit in the last stream about being confused about what charter routes are. This option here. So I did look up what they do. Essentially you rent a ship rather than using your own to move things, and there's certain limitations, and the conclusion seems to be it's not worth it doing at all. Certain specific cases it can be, but not worth worrying about, so I'm not to be worrying about it. We'll just ignore those completely, and answers the questions I had in the last stream at least. Okay, so he's now full of steel beams. Let's send him to New World. Let's store some at Prosperity, because we will need them at some point for rebuilding. I did also see the one thing I wanted to look at, not here, but when I was researching those charter routes, I saw something about minimum stock holdings. So Ditchwater is an island where we're selling soap from, which leaves us with this problem where people who want soap here aren't getting it, because when it's delivered in, it's then immediately taken away on our sales route.
Are you the cause of endless sorrow?
There is an option here to set the minimum stock, let's call it 50. Then that trading
Your
ship
ship
won't
has
take
returned from its voyage.
soap away until unless there's 50 remaining afterwards. So I've been quite confused about how you do that, and it turns out there's just an easy button right there to do it with. It's great to see, and you can still set a permit sales at the same time as having that minimum set, so you don't have to keep coming and changing the numbers all the time. You can kind of configure the settings, and it'll do the right thing if you're low on stock, and also do the right thing if you're high on stock.
You reward our
so
hard
on.
graft.
Why are we short of farmers here? Just a couple.
You've
Let's
got
just
our interests.
downgrade a random house to sort it. Hey, Amondo. Nice to see you. Also want to do that same thing on this island, because we're taking... Well, it doesn't have a soap shortage. I'm just going to set a minimum there. 50 is probably a bit high, actually. Let's set that at 10. To burn me up, the view account is tripping. Yeah. It is what it is. Like I say, it can just be funny or wrong or whatever. It won't bother me too much. That's fine, but we've got a lot more soap here than we should have, so something's wrong on the trade route. Old world soap. It's just not moving it fast enough. We don't need to regularly bring steel beams around anymore, so let's double up the soap instead. Unloaded. 0 before, so it definitely doesn't count me. No. Curious about how Twitch works. I mean, they have a little help section that explains what counts as a viewer and what doesn't. But I'm not sure if it is working the way they intend it to work. So they're saying, like, if someone's got the video running, then it counts as a viewer. So you can have it in a tab in the background, minimized, muted. As long as it's running, then it counts. But I'm not sure 3 hours later if that is still counting you as a viewer. Like, you know, that could be down to the browser or something like that, I
A
guess. I don't know.
competitor raised a settlement.
We may never know, yeah. Yeah.
Ready for assignment.
There, I want to jettison those.
Want to go places, do you?
The Amazon. Well, I'm not entirely sure how much of the Twitch
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
problems are Amazon related. I know the whole management is clearly Amazon related, but
Things are hard enough as it is.
and the platform's on Amazon, obviously.
Fleet awaiting orders.
On Amazon's physical network or virtual network. It feels like Twitch has more problems than Amazon's own website does. Remember when it was just in TV? It's much different. Yeah, but
Your
how
ship
much of
has
the difference is
returned
also
from its
to do with the
voyage.
number of people using it? It's like it's directly related to Amazon's ownership of it. Amazon's ownership has caused more viewership, but I feel like a lot of the service failings come down to there being more viewers than Twitch want to pay for, I guess, or provide sufficient resource for. Missed a bit of road there, that's why that was having a problem. Can only speculate. Yeah, well, same as everything with Amazon, isn't it? You can only speculate. You're never going to find out what's really going on. So we started food production. Let's get a poncho farm built.
What can I do for you?
Has been claiming the allocated budget differently. Yeah, that's I do wonder how long those events are going to carry on for, TwitchCon and stuff like that. It's 2 a year, rather. Hugely expensive, must be, and I'm not sure how much revenue that's really generating for Amazon. Doesn't seem like it would be much. Which one's actually good? Socializing. Oh, Twitch Rivals, yeah, that's true. But then, I mean, that's not... A lot of the Twitch Rivals isn't done physically, so it's quite cheap. Relatively cheap.
You reached a new milestone.
So yeah, they're good. This has become a town, so they've got food and ponchos. They want rum for happiness. They have a studio. Oh, okay. Like a, yeah, like a central point for the, I want to say editors, but it's not, casters, I guess is what it is, and support crew.
A bold new expedition, Admiral.
Yeah, we can make rum on this island, so let's just throw one in here somewhere. Let's just do it all the way over here and build a big long road.
So it weren't you in white last night at the chime of 12?
The people celebrate your leadership.
Oh, they're in the wrong place at the front there. Look a bit funny. The innovation Amazon did was, yeah, animation. Grumpy. No, I don't disagree that what Twitch seem to do a lot of at the moment is experiment with small features I'm not sure anybody asked for. And not with the kind of bigger picture stuff that might actually make a difference for people. They just took the easy option and said, so ads are going to be ads. Like, that's going to be the same as it is everywhere. It's going to be the same as it is on, like, terrestrial television. Everything's going to be funded by advertising. Full stop. And there's no big experiments to do something different there. Meanwhile, yeah, shield button has come in a months after it was relevant. The react button that some people are getting seems to be just weird, and I can't see why it's helpful. Experiment with, yeah, paying people more, yeah. Or, yeah, it's just changing the monetization somehow, rather than being, it's 3 minutes an hour. That's just like the industry number. 3 minutes of advertising every hour of content watched, and they've just said that's it. That's what everyone has to do. If you're not doing that, you're not gonna get the best income from Twitch, which is like, okay, fine. The impact is that makes it harder on the smaller guys to get a viewership willing to put up with that. Of course, the big guys with the 50,000 viewers get a huge disproportionate income because that's a lot of ad watching. So it's just a bit weird, you know. At the same time, they're encouraging small streamers in big ways, like really focusing on tools and support for the small streamers that aren't generating them revenue. It just seems weird. I always figured that, like, I shouldn't be able to do this for free, you know. I shouldn't be able to come on here and use up their network bandwidth on a 1080p 60 frame stream to a handful of people for free. Like, that's being subsidized by other streamers, basically generating revenue. And I could do this for years and years and just cost them money. It just seems a bit weird. Did the ships reach the guy I wanted to sell them to? That's this one. Yes, okay.
Time the rigging.
Don't tell me I've missed a nut.
It's 25,000. That's fine.
Yes.
Let's just get rid of these.
What a jolly
Attention for the Admiral.
Sir Archibald Blake. Don't tell me I've missed.
Your ship has returned from
Yeah,
its voyage.
They need to make money.
I present
Obviously.
my humble...
That is necessary. But yeah, it just feels like they could be doing a better job of that.
Aye.
How they get it and what
the
they do with it
bright
after.
young sap, taking the initiative.
These fabled Lansings.
Ordering pizzas instead of making dinner. But that's how all businesses work.
Now, here is a vital matter. Now, you oughtn't waste people's time.
Inefficiency in the moment because
New orders?
yeah, a kind of disconnect between the day-to-day and the annual target, that you're trying to be healthy, but you're going to have pizza anyway because you're tired right now. On this island, ready to put a church in, of course, and then we can upgrade a few of these. Let's also put a fire station in, so we've got one on the island. How many can we upgrade? Oh, a whole load. That'll do the job. It's more likely to spend, yeah, on advertising instead of overtime, which is probably the wrong way around. But they've got to spend their advertising budget on advertising and not re-budget every month based on the reality. Yeah, it's just can't avoid it. Really, that's how businesses are run. It's one of the leading things that made me leave my job in the middle of November. It came under new ownership that started running it like a corporation. That's the word for it. It's just infuriating. Yeah, you're four guys. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, boss is the boss. Their decision to make. There's not a lot you can do to teach them anything. Okay, so let's get cigars laid out somewhere.
You steam ahead.
You've left the
That's
whole
what this
thing a
island is
ruddy
for.
Jumble.
See if we got enough people to do it. Not sure. One factory. Let's just put that down this end. Fed by 2 workshops. Which is fed by a lumberjack's hut is enough. 4 plantations. The keys being taught now.
What?
Good, perhaps. Really see what I'm doing with all these trees here. Let's knock a bunch out and see. Yeah, you hear that, don't you, after you move on, so they're worse off now. You don't know, would they have been anyway? Like, if you'd stayed, would it have actually made a difference, or would they just made some other bad decision that ended up in the same place?
Trading, we are Dragon and Phoenix in happy union.
I left a big company. It's probably about 200 people. They're not going to suffer at all from me leaving. Won't make the slightest difference to them. Makes a difference to my team. Obviously, they have to deal with the consequence, but not the business itself. Well, this is another one I'm never going to get perfectly square, so let's not waste too much time on it. Make it a bit longer, the space behind it, so let's... Thinner and longer puts the buildings closer to the warehouse in my mind, so prefer thinner, longer fields. That one's even square, there you go, perfect. Move that up to the edge and then copy that whole lot of them. Okay, so we couldn't actually build the workshops. They need bricks. Have we got? We've got 2 clay on this island, so let's make some bricks on here. Might as well. It's 1 clay to 2 brickyards. There's the other one, all the way over there. Going to want it sooner or later, so let's...
A competitor's island is under siege.
A whole load of wiggly bridges to get over here. Income is in the positive, so
Workforce shortage.
I am inclined to keep those battle cruisers going. We'll sell off some of the older escort ships we've got. Yeah, removing part of the... Like I said, when there's only 4 people there, 3 workers, removing... It's impossible to have 3 people who've all got the same knowledge, so you're going to lose a lot of knowledge. Yeah. They just... You're better off for not being messed around. It probably would be a case of... even if you put up with that, then what's the next thing, and what's the next mistake, or the next... what have you. And you taught them anyway, yeah. Yeah. We need a lot more people here, so let's... get some houses put in. I do have in the back of my mind that we've got a bunch of stuff we're not finished doing. We're halfway through, so lose track of everything. Let's check in the Cape. What is going on over here? We've got
Station.
the champagne selling chip has arrived, which will be helping our income. Everything else is balanced.
It is irrational.
An explosion in one of your factories.
Thing is inherently missing a few
A fire broke out.
layout problems. We have an explosion and a fire in a weapon making factory. Could write a book about it. But you don't like books, don't like writing. Yeah. That fire to be sorted before we come back and try and rebuild it. I know what's in the back of my mind. The steel that we brought over. To take some timber. Go settle this island before anyone else does. Because it looks like a good one. Okay, can I upgrade these ones yet? Still fine, we could do with putting tortillas in. Full game, yeah. I'm really enjoying Anno. It was a little overwhelming at times. There's a lot going on, but it is really good. Really good one. Let's put some more housing in. I'd also like to...
The fire has been vanquished.
Sort that out first. Managed to save all the buildings apart from the one that exploded. That's good. 1503 was the first. Wow, that's early in the series. 1404 was mine, which I think is probably the most common first one for people. Yeah, I'm not sure I've even tried 1503 or the other early ones, 1701, whatever it was. I don't think I've even tried them at any point. Oh, 1701 was the first 3D one. Ah, cool. Let's move the ponchos over here. Double up our food production.
Workforce shortage.
Double up the poncho production as well.
This one don't look too scary. Do you mind? It's the worst kind of wibblyism.
Not the neatest laying out, but we'll tidy things up at a later point. He's here, so let's... First build that so that we own that island. Also come along and take it before we get there. So, tacos would be sensible. Not tacos, tortillas would be sensible to build. Can we put them on this island? No. No corn.
A competitor's island withstood an attack.
So we're currently making them somewhere else already, I know. Did it lays up and being taken to here. So if we are full at that point anyway. It's another one of these things where I should set a minimum. At 50. Then why don't we just change that trade route? And we'll add a new island. One for each. That should work, whether it's a perfect organisation or not, should work. We may just need to expand production of tortillas on this island, which might mean moving something else away to be shipped in. We'll look at that if we have a problem.
Seductive charge, very.
For now we're okay. We got bricks. Yes. It's 20 bricks for that. It's going to need another 100, so we're going to need another like 500 obreros in total. That is, I think, a lot more houses. Best way to lay it all out. What I've been doing is leaving a... These trees do make it awkward. Got that one there. I've been at leaving a gap like that to put services into. I guess they need whatever it is, boxing arena as well, so we can fit one in there. Do the next set of houses like so. We'll be fine, I'm sure. Need to give the island some time to get its resources so we can keep expanding it. Or we could speed that up if I send this guy to go and grab some bits and pieces. Okay, let's sort out this. So Pharaoh 2 is no longer going to escort. They're going to go get sold.
Battle deck to
And the
attention.
Barnacle is going to take over. Lord and Lady 2 is going to take over the other escorting. Can't currently see on my minimap. What am I looking for? It's the guy who takes plantains to be sold. Here they are.
Sentinel
Lord
duty
escort,
commencing.
and Surprise Wind is going to come and get sold off. And then in the old world we're going to do similar. How necessary it is, because we are managing our
Attention for the Admiral.
relationships better to avoid constantly coming under attack, but still seems like a good idea to have some warships around the place.
Sentinel duty commencing. Sentinel duty commencing.
One last guy needs a job.
Workforce shortage.
We'll join that group. There's no other. Join that
Sentinel
guy.
duty commencing.
This ship of the line's got some random people on. Neither's particularly valuable. We'll just sell those off as well. Hey, pizza time! Good, good. What flavour have you got? One with pineapple and anchovies, and the other one everyone's. I think I saw a bunch of people on Twitter talking about banana on pizza now. For whatever reason. Ships in the Cape. That's probably a bad thing. Let me actually take at least one of those battle cruisers from here.
Battle cruiser ready.
But which one I want
We
to
assist however
take
we
at this
may.
point. Also not sure why these guys have stopped moving.
I'm orders for it.
Let's take Condor. Send him to the Cape. And at some point remember to go and set him to escort the champagne ship. Salami, bacon, onions, corn, and pepperoni. Sounds good.
New orders, Admiral.
I present my humble Sir Archibald, taking the initiative.
Frigate first class.
Don't tell me I've missed it.
If we stabilise our income enough to have a steam shipyard permanently, I wonder if it's worth continually building
People celebrate your leadership.
ships just to sell them off. So those weren't amazing prices, but the 180,000 we got from Flamethrower Monitor seemed like a lot of money, so they look into that. Okay, so we've now got in this region 5 schooners and 4 battleships defending them. 3 battleships defending, 1 heading to Cape, Defender 2 there. 2 battleships
New
in the New
orders,
World might be
Admiral.
overkill.
You are here to help? Ready to
guess, but-
evacuate, Adam?
We're going to have more trade routes here because we are expanding bits and pieces. I want to send our flagship it's going to have to do the expedition to find the Arctic quest lines, so kind of want to get some higher level items onto it that are going to help with that expedition, so we send it back to the old world to sit at the shop and see what we can buy. Okay, tortillas are coming in here. Can we grow coffee on this island? Yes, so let's do coffee and boxing arena. Just need some bricks for that, that's fine. So coffee is 2 plantations to 1 roaster. Go down somewhere. Bit next to the ponchos. Let's do coffee, yeah. Let's do coffee.
Hola.
Although I don't, in general, I would say. Always wanted to be a coffee person, but I could never buy it when I go out. Every shop I've ever bought a coffee from has burnt it. Which is disgusting. Making it at home just seems like effort. So much effort to make a nice one. The powder stuff is definitely not my cup of tea. Burn my own beans. I'm sure you can buy not burnt beans and do something with them, but I don't know. Not a huge fan of caffeinated drinks, actually. So I would want decaf for sure. Caffeine does tend to make me a bit nervous. So coffee is suffering from the same. Let's pause tobacco.
Gather more people.
There's no point in trying to make that
Hey, Baka!
at this point. That also needs a warehouse. At some point. You can buy them with the expensive. Yeah, it's an expensive drink. When it's done right, it is nice. Okay, well, I'm just going to let that island tick along. I'm not going to worry about bringing this stuff over. These guys are waiting for gold ore to carry. That's fine. The pier's still empty for the other people coming past. Let's send our flagship to the shop. See what cool items we might find there.
Awaiting new horizons.
I wonder if we should replace all of our clipper fleet with steam-powered trading ships. Speed things up, maybe. Don't know. Do still need an extra, at least one extra oil tanker.
Yeah, I stole this ship. Started.
Pirates are coming to visit us. Even though we're not at war. I don't think we're at war. No, we got non-aggression with them. Minimap appears to be absolutely covered in pirate ships. Maybe we want to be at war so that we can keep sinking them rather than letting them build up.
To your stations.
2 cruisers escorting at the same point. No trade ships on their own, so I think that's okay. One is superfluous, but yeah. we'll leave them be for now. Our income is in the positive, and it doesn't need to be, so because of our trade routes, so we've got nothing to worry about. So we've got flagship on its way to get the items ready for the Arctic trip. That's ongoing. Condor is heading for the Cape. We'll need to set an escort when he gets there. New World, we just need to continue developing this island in order to staff that cigar production. When the cigar production is done, we're going to need 2 clippers at least to carry it to the Cape, unless I want to
Jolly surprise.
buy cargo ships instead of clippers. I might want to just to see. Let's buy one, and I want to check the cost, relative cost of the 2. Watching this makes you want to play Satisfactory, yeah. Or any other game about numbers and building stuff. So in the finance section, trade ships. Clipper is going to cost us 175. Cargo ship is going to cost us 500. Significantly more expensive. I can't see that being worth it unless the demand for the product at the other end is so much that you need it to come quicker.
Begin the turn.
Which it definitely won't be. The cigars are only required by the highest level, and we've not got that many of them. So I'm just going to sell this back for a loss, but at least we'll stop paying for it.
Ah, yes.
Then I'm going to build 2 clippers instead. Ready for when we need them. Watch out, Factory Town. Factory Town's not bad. Not very well polished. Bit confusing to get into, but it's not bad. It's got some fun elements in the conveyors and the log chutes and stuff. I played it before, yeah. It's good. It's, you know, I tend to buy all of the games like that, or at least did do for a while, because of how much I was enjoying Factorio. It was anything where you build a town and have production chains I was buying on release. It's not the worst one I've played, Factory Town. It's definitely not great, but it's not the worst one for sure.
I'm proud of how far we've come.
I've got everything they're asking for at the moment. No extras we want to give them. Let's upgrade some more. And what are we aiming for? About 500 positive?
We are keen to get started again.
Bricks and about 400 more of them. How many we... Each house is currently getting 16. Which is probably not enough. They want to reach the next level and provide the hats they want. I can't see us setting up the beer supply. We could do it.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
It doesn't really seem worth it until we're trying to get to the next level beyond. I can't see it being worth it. Yeah, if it's... One of the songs sounds like it's vaguely similar to another one. You buy the whole album straight away.
You know my struggles, boss.
You reached a new milestone.
This island has leveled up again. By the whole discography. The statistical shortage. Okay, they want hats now. Tears are being shipped in. And beer, which just mentioned, not going to immediately do. So they want more bins. We've not done that on a different island before. It didn't seem worth it, but it probably will be here. So each hat weaver needs 1 cotton, 1 felt, which needs 2 plantations, 1 farm. That's quite a lot of things. I think we'll just stick them on the end here for now and then move things around later should need be. So just going to leave a little gap because of where that lumber goes. But cotton farm. Try to make a square one. Ah, there we go. We have 2 of those. Feeding 1 mill. 1 alpaca farm. Feeding 1 felt producer. And all of that feeding 1 weaver. It's kind of annoying when the pasture farms leave you a little 3 deep gap that no other building fits into. There's no different way of laying these out really. Guess we can fit a fire station in it. Could do with one over here just in case, so why not? And then they'll need a warehouse. That's not particularly neat, but that will do. Just need the timber and bricks and what have you to finish it off. Could increase our timber production. We've got the jornaleros to do so, so why don't we put some out here with these bricks? Do another two sorry thingies.
Ship constructed.
Okay.
Ship constructed.
Yeah, the tessellation of everything. I swear it was easier in 1404 to get nice, neat, square things. This one seems perfectly designed for things to not fit together nicely. We've got sickness on this island already. Let's get a hospital put in. It's unfortunate, but there we go. Needs a bit of time to get some timber rolling, and then we can do a little bit more on this island. We had a ship arrive. That's probably the flagship. I've seen Square Farm. No, not seen that. Square Farm.
But of course, Her Majesty's
Not the
finest.
flagship. Ah, it's the cruiser we sent to be a escort in the Cape.
Aye.
There he is. Escort Scurvy Dog. Tom made a video about it. Ah, cool. Yeah, Tom likes those. Yeah, I've seen some of his. Not that video, but similar ones, I guess. Puzzle farming game inspired by Stardew. Like Stardew Art, yeah. But like, yeah, puzzle. Tessellation. It's rewarding. It should be a focus when they're designing the games. Everything should be specifically designed to slot together nice and neatly. Yeah, town. I think I'd like it. I'm not sure if you've seen my the city I'm making in City Skylines. Everything is really square in that as well. Like I've got here, each block with its square edges and perfectly measured and everything. It's just referring to it. Yeah. That is a common play style for me. Let's start with this warehouse, which will give us extra wood. That's why you like plate up, yeah. Especially since the corner grabbers were put in that update. I think that's great. Yeah, corner grabbers, yeah.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Not really played enough plate up. I don't enjoy it single player. I've done a little bit of multiplayer, really liked it. A little bit of single player, not so much. Or the teleporters. Yeah, I saw obviously like some of the SIPs plate up sessions where they've been using a lot of teleporters really effectively. That's really cool. Really cool. Keep building. 3 wood for that. 10 for that.
Your people are healthy again.
Good to hear. We can upgrade some more. The whole block, but that will need a shot of Yuan arrows, so see about that. Let's give that a bit more time. I saw the note about the flagship arriving, so let's do some shopping. Seven pairs of teleporters in the current playthrough, yeah. Up 17. It's cool though. It's cool how it allows for different playstyles and everything though. Okay, so what am I actually looking for? I'm looking for items that provide very good expedition bonuses, and travel speed would be my preference. Be ship items for... Is this a steamship? Sure, I mean it's got sails, but I can hear the steam engine when it moves, so does the flagship maybe count as both, perhaps? Got a spare code. I've got plate up already. Yeah, it's an epic ship. Right, yeah, hilarious. It's now available on Steam, but yeah, yeah. Terrible jokes. Might have to ban you. Guess the only way we're going to find out is by buying an item that's exclusively for steamships and trying to equip it. In any case, those items are not what I'm after. An epic sail providing...
The trick is to invest in
movement speed, slowdown benefits, and 40 navigation on expedition. That's pretty good. Though I would rather have a 100% damage slowdown buff. than a 50%. Pretty good, but I'm not sold on it. Propeller providing some speed and navigation. It's only uncommon, I guess, is that. I mean, there's your epic steamship damage slowdown buff. Damage slowdown buff's not that useful. It's just if I was getting one, I'd want a better one. So I think I'm looking for a legendary sail. Or perhaps an epic or legendary propeller. Don't want anything that makes things more expensive. That's kind of the opposite of what I want. There's an epic steam engine. Only functions when activated. I don't like active use items. 40 navigation bonus. Keep half an eye on my money so I don't burn it all cycling the ship. Yeah, I'm looking for very specific, I guess. We ought to check through all my islands, see if I'm sitting on any good items. I think we checked before at some point in the last session that epic self-repair gives 40 crafting bonus. And I think one thing worth checking would be passage expeditions recommendations. Hunting, force and navigation. Focus on hunting. Force and navigation, okay. Hunting, force and navigation. So yeah, not the steam engine, but maybe the heat exchanger for its bonus. It's a legendary airship gunner. That's not going to help us. Cycle and then we leave it to reset for a while. Yeah, nothing there. Okay. Sit in there for a while. Just check if there's any random items in other shops that we might have any interest in. Go buy another bear. Stalk. Click the shop here. Ah, actually, check that other shop as well. We've got similar things, but that's to do with salvaging. Anything we can transmute that fits the bell? That fits the bill, even.
Seductive charts bury my death.
They're all salvage boosting items. Could do some salvaging to look for the items that give us the benefit we want. One. It's force, not huge bonuses. Damage per shot, attack speed, naval power. So naval power isn't one we want, but that's a very nice item I'd like anyway. Movement speed, no slowdowns, but only 30 navigation bonus. That's interesting. There's two items there. They need... That one needs advanced weaponry, which we're not currently making. It's a bit of a pain. This one needs steel and motors, which we've got. 15... Don't know what that one is. Blue scraps. Which...
Aye.
is, I guess, a level above nice scrap. It might be a lot of effort doing the salvaging to get anything worthwhile there. Perhaps. Can speed time up.
I'm not sure you'll be one to get your mitts dirty.
Get the cost of cycling the shop dropping again. A few more buildings here to finish. Well, that one and that one. Okay, let's upgrade the warehouse here.
What brings you here, Governor?
So we're now making the hats that they
I
wanted.
dreamed of this.
Sewing machines is the next, which are imported from the old world locations, which we can do alongside the beer, I suppose, but is more of a long-term goal, so that will be it for now. Let's put in another Jornaleros. Start unpausing things and see where we're at.
They don't need us.
We cannot catch the future standing still. Return to your posts.
Looks like we've got sufficient obreros. Still short of Jornaleros.
No bad place to see out the twilight.
Beer is okay. Coffee is okay. Plantains are not. Tortillas are being shipped over, so we might need to check that. Plantains were not okay, so let's do another of them. Okay for a while. About ponchos, yeah, they're also short slightly, so let's move the coffee along. Ponchos in here. Affecting our income quite a bit. It's weird. We're going up and down. Too bad this island's making a profit somehow.
I could simply go to press.
Still not enough people. But, do not want to publish that. People are already unhappy about propaganda, so let's go bigger
Workforce shortage.
to balance out their unhappiness.
Hoping to butter my tea.
You gained an influence bonus.
Enough warehouse space will deal with that.
Living a joyous life.
These are full and we still don't have enough, so we need another block of Jornaleros, which
A bold new expedition, Admiral.
we'll just put over here. Move that church over to the corner. Should be enough, should be 100 when they're all moved in. Then we should have sufficient workforce for everything, and we've got a production of cigars rolling. Some of which is being used, okay.
You are a true revolutionary.
If that they are using them locally, could be a problem. So we're only actually making one in excess. Fireman at the Cape. Is 0.
My theses proceed without hitch.
All going
Interesting.
smoothly.
They are using them, but the statistics say they are not using them. Or perhaps the demand is so small that it's not even registering. There's only that many houses, so that being the case, that one that we're making surplus is going to be no issue at all. Just want to
Ready?
put these guys onto a trade route, moving them. So they're going to be going from Leia, load stacks of cigars. Go to Crown Falls and unload them all. To wait for goods. Add the second one, the Sea Harpy. And they can go. We'll file that under intercession. The supply of cigars is now rolling. That is not too bad. And everything is positive and balanced and even making a profit, so for the time being that island is all good as well. Any other odd jobs? I'm halfway through. I suppose whether our tortilla production is sufficient. We're making a little over 2 in surplus there. Consuming 2 on this island. And 2 on that. Yeah, so that's not enough tortilla production on this island. Which we need 2 cattle farms, 2 corn farms and a tortilla maker to fix. There's a little space here, we can do it, we just don't have the population perhaps. We'll take a look at the population after. Let's get things into place first. Need particularly neat ones to copy. They're all just kind of squished into whatever space was available. Let's put the tortilla maker by the warehouse. In fact, I'll just move that 1 square on the corner there.
What can I do for you?
Squeeze it into that gap. Then the corn farms in. Whatever way. It'll do.
Seductive charts bury my desk.
Actually, yeah, I want to change all that slightly. Buildings are closest to.
No fields, no work.
The building that they're needed in. Two cattle farms as well.
The people celebrate your
I don't think we
leadership.
can mess around with as much, but
you a preacher of falsehoods?
Six, okay. Let's try the other angle and see if I'm any happier this way round.
It makes me less anxious about Western medicine.
Not so much. Go over there. One of them.
A competitor's island is under siege.
Squeeze all six in.
Your
No,
willow
trying to
may
be
yet
too
offer
clever, I
shelter.
think.
So, Snake Eyes, is that how it is?
I have this nagging feeling you're a jellyfish.
Just have a constant stream of AI players being nasty to me. For no apparent reason. We'll just have it like that. This one will have to just be a bit further away than all the other buildings. I'm sure that distance is close enough to be efficient enough.
Of course.
That warehouse onto the actual corner. And that ought to be enough. That should give us the extra, we're now at 4 tortilla, which is enough for both of the other
People
islands.
celebrate your
Do
leadership.
just want to make sure we have set a minimum holding.
Workforce
Yeah,
shortage.
should do the same everywhere else with taking goods. For this island is having coffee taken away. We should maintain at least, that's arbitrary really, 50 let's say. So in gold ore taken away, but we don't care about leaving any behind. It's having rum taken as well. Set a minimum of 50 on that too. I think this island is having its fried plantains taken away to sell, so let's give that a minimum. Now this one is just having the
We don't
oil
have to deal
taken.
on
We
paper.
don't need to worry about that.
I'm
We
sorry.
don't
This
pay to
is
avoid
the
war,
only way.
because last time we paid to avoid war, they declared war anyway. So let's request ceasefire. Only cost us 3,000.
We need some perspective.
Request peace, which will only cost us 4.
My people will be glad to hear.
We have
Ship
peace with a
under
2-hour
attack.
non-aggression pact for 10th the cost they were asking to avoid it in the first place,
Prepare to be boarded.
Black, white, and red.
which is just silly, but there we go. Request the ceasefire.
It's rare we leave any alone.
With the peace, there we go. They're back to not being
Ship
at war.
under attack. Your
This
harbor is under
island is
attack.
not having anything taken away. Ah, yes it is. It's having
These fabled lands
cigars
exist
taken away.
after
So
all.
let's set a minimum stock of 50 here too for that.
A competitor's island withstood an attack.
Trade routes in the Cape. I just want to set a minimum on the champagne one, don't I?
A competitor's island is under siege.
So we shouldn't be letting that go to 0. Let's set a minimum of 50 on that. Still other things here we could be selling. If the production is in excess, it's just when we look, champagne was the biggest excess we had. Yeah, it is big. And again, relative to the value, I don't know if that small excess of pocket watches could be worth selling on. I mean, if we've sold all of our champagne off, so we don't need to use both sockets on the boat for champagne, we can maintain a minimum stock of pocket watches and sell off whatever excess we've got if we change the Cape champagne route to also load pocket watch and sell it. See what that does.
Do you call it altruism?
No strings.
Interesting, the character that's constantly trying to buy all of our islands off us is giving us money. Okay, so that's just leaves the old world trade routes, which could probably do with tidying up anyway. All things considered, we've got beer, bread, canned food, soap for selling. Windows and bricks don't need to have a regular route anymore. That's unnecessary now that we're not actively building here, so why don't we find that ship I've just disabled.
New orders?
This one. Go sell him off. Get him out of the way for now. And then everything the other guys are taking, so we set a soap minimum here. Let's just set it bigger. And food as well. The others, I've forgotten already. Bread and beer, I think, go the other direction. They're loaded at Ditchwater, so bread and beer at Ditchwater need a minimum. That's beer, where's bread? There. Like, unsettle things for a little while, but then be better for the source island overall. Let's take another look at hunting force or navigation. Force or navigation, nothing jumping out. Good spyglass gives hunting and navigation. We got the uncommon one, so we kind of want like a rare spyglass. 13 navigation, 15 hunting isn't amazing either, so we kind of want an epic spyglass. Epic sail gives 40 navigation. I will take that now. Let's sell that spyglass.
Seductive charts, very much.
Navigation and some speed bonus, which is nice. It's not so good that I want to burn too much doing this. think we're going to get anything else that interests me.
Aye.
Could still get
Taking
bonuses
the
from the
initiative.
products that we take with us. It's would just be nice to have a. No, maybe this would be quite nice to have, like a big gun or something that gives a force bonus. We've got lying around. Pretty sure it's nothing. Nothing special, at least. 30 crafting bonus. Let's double check the new world.
Ready to evacuate at a moment's notice.
Hunting's not amazing. People we could buy at the prison.
It is not my job to know their crimes, only to find a fitting punishment.
30 hunting. It's kind of tempting-ish. 30 hunting. Not really. Let's... ship over while we look. Force. That's kind of tempting.
A competitor's
The
idea
actual
withstood
police station
an
benefit
attack.
is not particularly interesting, but
I
35
attest to your probity.
force for the expedition could be worth it. So then we'd just want to take products that give a hunting bonus.
What's down in the hold is my concern, not yours, dear.
It is the first armed airship I've seen them using. That's worth remembering that before we declare war in the future, we'll need to get flat cannons built, because we've not got any at the moment. Let's take this superintendent. And he doesn't actually go in the slot, so actually that 35 force bonus might not be as worthwhile. We've got some item that we manufacture now that does better. We should go to the Cape because we've got more variety of products over there to choose from before starting the expedition. So we're just going to stock up and then we're going to go check out the start of the quest chain in the Arctic. There's me a little that our income is so negative. We have to rearrange things to improve it. I mean, these new islands in the New World are so
If you
flat
don't
and open.
exploit this, some other bird will. Didn't take you for a James.
We could move what we've got on those awkward islands over to them. Just to improve things. Don't know. Particular urgency to fix it. We do need to fix the workforce here though. I did forget that completely. So, do we
We will
have
remember your actions.
ship hats over here, I guess, from the other island? Seem worth it. We can just juggle this around a bit, I'm sure. Anybody not getting the services they want?
You know my struggles, boss.
Yes. Eastern Age is not getting church. It's not really affecting us much.
An explosion in one of your factories.
Check that out in a minute.
A fire broke out.
Okay, I want to move the hospital to an H.
A competitor's island is under siege.
Boxing arena. Wants to fit it in somewhere. We can. A little irregular, but it's fine. We'll fit it in like that. In which case we want all of the obreros to be down this end. Actually, we want to juggle that round a bit somehow. Great way of doing it. At the moment we're wasting the radius to the southwest is wasted on it, so moving it over would be better. Let's do that and just see how it goes. Move it to this end. It's the coverage. Kind of says almost everywhere. Not sure how much that can be trusted. These ones at the top will definitely want to come down.
Ceasefire has ended.
Take that road away to fit another house in this block. We can.
You'll soon be making a name for yourself.
Just those two on the end there could be done as well. Is everyone who wants a boxing arena happy? No. That far corner is not. That needs to be closer. Then they're not happy about church coverage either.
These fabled lands exist after all.
Put that one there and then another one over this side if there isn't one already. Oh, so we need to build another church. Chapel, whatever it is.
Not even my alpaca is complaining.
That is not a good spot, okay.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
It's going to be better, although we lose a insignificant amount of space, I guess. We'll move our decorations over, random decorations over. That can go in that gap. These ones that I can place along the bottom here. We get a grid for the beach here. Some. Move these ones from the edge for now. Should be one to the right. So stick out a little bit on the end here. That will look fine. That's kind of it. So let's upgrade that bunch there.
Workforce shortage.
And fill in this gap over here.
A competitor's island withstood an attack.
Guys at the far point there are not happy about chapel coverage, which is interesting. There's one right there. Tiny bit of road fixed the problem. Not quite, 99%. Ah no, 100%, it did fix it. But not for the next guy over, okay. Don't really want to build an extra chapel just for one guy, so he'll just have to make do. These three won't level up. They're not happy with chapel coverage, okay. Squeeze too much into too tight of a gap, I guess. These guys be happy with that boxing coverage? Yes. Good. That puts us positive on obreros. We just need to fill in the ornadero numbers. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? So that should give us 90. Yeah, just not going to be happy about chapel market. So let's just give them a market and a chapel, I guess. Just for the sake of it. That'll take us there. I'm sure that'll fix that island. So that one will be all good to go. Our flagship should have reached Crown Falls. Let's take a look at the item bonuses we can get. So we need something for hunting. That's the priority. While we're here, yeah, no items. What might give hunting? Fur coats?
An explosion in one of your factories.
Yikes.
Industrial sabotage!
We don't have a fire station near here. That is a big explosion.
Let old Beryl take her slice.
Get some extra fire stations around while we're scared. Okay, so we'll have to wait for that fire to die out before we fix this. There was an earlier explosion. Gone now. I have to scout around for it. Was this island? Unless it was that same place. Looks like it might have been. Okay, so we just need to let that fire in before we go and rebuild there. And let's buy our share back once again. You built that already, so it's, yeah.
Look busy, people.
Bit concerning how much damage an exploding power station can do.
Hell issues its flaming
The
critique.
general plan is to squish everything down around the power stations, so that could be disastrous if it were to wipe out a whole city block, for
The
example. It
fire
would
left ruins behind.
affect our income. Built there. I didn't see on that screen what bonus things gave on expeditions. See it somewhere. It's just been a while since I did an expedition, I guess. I've just forgotten how to see it. You can start the expedition, you can send the ship to get things, so why don't we do it that way round? Be snapping turtle? Yep. Why the morale is so low to begin with.
Right is fair.
How about a cup of coffee?
Interesting.
You've been playing for 2 hours.
Oh, Yoran, good evening to you. Welcome in. Okay, so force and navigation we kind of got covered if needs be. We need rations and we need hunting. Is there perhaps an item that does both? Chocolate gives rations. Navigation bonus is crafting. Fur coats give a little hunting bonus. It's better than nothing. Glass gives a hunting bonus. Interesting. Flour. Cool. Cool. Coal gives a hunting bonus. Clay. The best option was fur coats, 20 hunting bonus, so let's take a stack of them. And then we just need something for rations. Don't know if like a rare or higher level rations give a better morale bonus. Chocolate would be the best, I should think, that we've got available. So let's go with that. Starting morale 68.
Seductive charts buried
We're
with
off to the Arctic. Is that, yeah, all up and running again. Just a little catastrophic explosion. All good now. Good, good. Oil tanker is on my mind, isn't it? In the back there. Need to get them to sell me one somehow.
Taking the initiative, all in Her Majesty. Alas, my bowels churn.
What they've got
Ideally,
available.
one should keep one's promises.
No coward man is Annie's match at sea.
This is one in the New World to buy. Nope. So we'd need to start making our own, really. Don't have a great income that we could use to spend on ship production at the moment. So there's no shortage of oil where we need it. It's just not flowing away from here as quick as it could. Can we get another pier in here? There's a lot of people waiting. Idea to go put some depots all around the new islands we've got.
How we've longed to get back to the blue.
Good, expedition has started. And I've got good depot coverage in the New World actually everywhere. Extra one here wouldn't hurt. That one's fine. Planning on the Arctic. You think they messed it up? Could have been cool. Don't need it more from the... Yeah, that's interesting. The gas for the electricity looks extremely helpful. If there's nothing else to do there, I guess it'll be kind of disappointing. Generally heard people are only happy with the African DLC, and all of the others they think are not so good. So I'm not expecting amazing things. I mean, the Cape, the first DLC, wasn't amazing. Just gives you a big island to play with, and then the salvaging stuff we never really did anything with. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's vaguely underwhelming. But the gas does seem very helpful. That's interesting. I must have not rolled my save back as far as I thought, because I thought we owned this island. Never mind. We may just have to take that back later. Oops. Okay, so let's leave expeditions open so we can see if anything happens.
Good waters for sharks.
Okay. Trying to remember if there's anything else that we're
celebrate your leadership.
back of my mind that we're not finished doing. Yeah, buddy, everything's fine. We're just going to wait for the expedition to run ahead. Hi, Demonic Sailor. Nice to see you. What point do you start trying the lifestyle needs? When I specifically want the reward that they give.
Every
So you
time
can-
is Christmas.
It tells you what they're going to do. So if we provide rum to these workers, every house will give us 2 extra workers and 3 extra coins. So if I am desperate to get more workers without building more houses, then I would switch that on. I'd look to supply rum and switch that on. That's quite rare. I think I've done one of them. Yeah, I've switched on flour for farmers because it's dead easy to make a lot of flour, and it gives you one extra farmer in every house. So I was finding on this island, for example, while we're here, there's not a lot of space around where I've built my houses. There's still some,
An explosion
but that
in
might
one
be
of your factories.
better used for more farms of other types.
A fire
So I
broke
wanted to concentrate my population down into a smaller footprint. So that was a very easy way of doing that, of getting our farmer workforce up without using more space. For other things, a lot of them are just kind of expensive to do. Like getting rum to this island would be quite expensive, quite complicated, and not worth 3 coins. Definitely not worth 3 coins. Probably not worth the extra 2 workers unless I specifically needed them. When you get a better return for it, yes. And in that kind of specific case, because the benefits you're getting are generally not as good as what you get for the happiness objectives, and generally not worth it overall, I would say. Obviously, the higher level your population is, the bigger the rewards are in general. So by supplying furs to investors, we're getting 3 extra investors, 3 extra coins. I mean, even that doesn't, looking at it now, doesn't seem worth it. I only did it because furs are dirt cheap and easy, I guess. We've got them nearby.
I used to be so naive.
Whereas if we provide pocket watches, we get 112 coins extra.
When you're used to the top
So
rung, most of
3
life
coins
becomes
versus 112 coins. I mean, the priority's kind of obvious, I think. Happiness is, yeah, and the wiggle room on the overall happiness is nice to have, obviously. More useful. Things that are providing +7, +5 happiness. Iran, you say Landline is good. I've heard that, yeah. Arctic is a grave of resources. That's interesting. We're pumping more than we're going to get out. That could be a problem. I'm not sure our income is good enough for that. Did you use all? Yes, I've got all season passes active. Yeah, none of the cosmetic DLCs, just the ones that add story or whatever. The ones that come in the season passes. Events yet? We've been at sea for a week. Sure, actually, if I did.
We are galvanized.
Gave soap to engineers. That's interesting. Gives quite a few coins. 7. It's not bad.
Such luxury.
9 coins for clay to artisans. That's very easy to provide. I'd say that one's definitely worth it. Yes, Sailor, that's... I've not looked too much at how far to push the happiness. The only production I've boosted is on this island for the oil.
Me boots are worn through.
So they're at maximum productivity boost, which doesn't actually drain their happiness by a full number, so that seemed well worth doing. The other things I don't know, I mean, the biggest source of unhappiness is pollution, which you don't seem to have a huge amount of control over. Here they're saying they're unhappy about the working conditions, even though it's a 0. They're not that unhappy. Use boost at the moment, which I don't generally have, but the luxury is so easy to provide for such a bonus. You bought the game when the newest DLC came. I've already done 30 hours, yeah. It's good. I certainly can understand people having complaints about the game. I have complaints about the storyline. It's just not good. But the gameplay itself of this Anno is a good one, for sure. It's easy to sink a lot of hours into clicking back and forth. Quite confusing, I would say, for me especially. Clicking back and forth a lot, especially between the different regions, sometimes losing track of what I'm actually working on, trying to achieve, or juggling 3 things at the same time and dropping one of them. Anno's never particularly been a simple game. Particularly want to multitask. We've got the expedition going. We do still need to increase our investor population on this island, but I think the next step for that is a new oil power plant, or moving. Got industries here that are being powered by the same power plant that's doing the housing. Kind of want to move those industries to a different power plant and cover more housing with this one, because these guys are not actually getting reached by the electricity, which we need to juggle things again in this city to get the layout better, I think. You've been doing the campaign. I think you might just ignore it. Yeah, it's not really teaching you anything. It's not really adding anything, and the actual story that it's telling isn't told well. I reached the end of the base campaign, the one before any of the season pass DLC started, and was just like, that can't be the end. Like, that can't just be the end of it. But it is. The actual story was like 8 hours in or something, and I was done with it. And you can sink so much more time into the game that I feel they could have done a better job of that. You played 4 players a year and a half ago through the seasons that were available then. Yeah. Man, that would be cool, doing the multiplayer. You might have noticed with what we've got going on here, but I've been outpaced by the AI players because I didn't even realise what they were doing. Like, I was too busy playing my own game to focus on them, so we do have a problem on this save of needing to, at some point, clear out the AI players and fix them. I think the game Annos in general are a lot more fun if you disable the AI players and have your friends in instead. For sure. Skyscrapers. I'm looking forward to the skyscrapers. The button is there. We're a long way from being allowed them, but we'll get there eventually. And the other bits and pieces, we've got docks to build. We've got airships we haven't started on. I think you start airships in the Arctic, so we might come across that soon. We haven't done much with tourists. We've got a hotel here, but we haven't really expanded upon that. So we got a lot to do. But one thing at a time is my approach. Let's actually speed time up while our income's good. Nothing's falling apart from the occasional fire. This expedition moving. You had 1 AI player, and then you just end up bombing them. Yeah. Considering doing a 1 easy AI on random. Yeah, it's I think if I'd I guess remembered that the AI players were there and they were going to get in the way, then I would have made better decisions from the start. I mean, here in the new world, because the new islands came with the latest DLC, I left some of the smaller ones, but we've run out and we've stuck a port onto a couple of them so that the AI doesn't, and that's not great gameplay. Occasionally they ask if they can settle. I have the option of saying no, and it annoys them a bit, and that's nice, but sometimes they just don't ask and they just take the island. So yeah, not sure. At some point we will have to reckon with getting rid of the AI players, or at least a couple of them, or forming whatever alliance we need to stop them from being annoying. We'll see.
A competitor's island is under siege.
Yeah, Crown Falls is a nice island to build on, because in the old world map, the best one you get is the Bright Sands one, which I've not even started on. And that's not a bad amount of space to work in. That's still probably quite fun, but like if you were playing with a random seed, I guess you'd get potentially better islands anyway. But this huge, flat, open island is offers a nice way of playing. You know, just being able to really build big without too much stress. The added gameplay of this little scavenging boat is fine, but it's, you know, you get those quests that are like, go to this location and pick this item up, and it's not different to them, really. You heard Bright Sands. It is, so at the start of the game, your uncle takes over ownership of Bright Sands, and you run away to Ditchwater to start. So this is, if you're playing the story, this is your first island, Ditchwater, and Bright Sands is settled by the bad guy. So at the end of the story, spoilers, but you take the island off of him, as you would predict, and then all I've done is deconstructed everything they had there to start over, but never really got far. I started the Cape DLC before really doing anything on Bright Sands, so it's still there for me to develop at a later point in the game. I've not done much in the old world at all because I started the Cape instead, so our Cape is way more developed than the old world is. Aha, an event. Okay, this is different to events we've seen on previous ones. Late summer, when the expedition reaches the chilling sound. Conditions are already challenging. If the wind picks up, the men tug on their collars and tramp below deck. Seems hopeless to think Sir John Faithful's men could have lasted 3 winters here. Beyond Chilling Sound, the seaway divides. To the west, a chain of small islands separated by melted ice. To the south, a long, dark headland crowned with snow. No real hints about what's what. I mean, if I am choosing between a chain of small islands or one large headland, I prefer one large headland. Don't know whether that will have a consequence, but let's go find out. You vote south too, good. There we go. As we near the coast, a large human construction delineates itself, probably an abandoned trading post. The Huddlesome Bay Company. Leans hard into the wind. Once red boards, now scoured pale. If Sir John and his crew came this way, likely have stopped here. How are we going to get there? Ice sheet lies between the ship and the post. So I like this part of the game, the expedition system. It's cool, it's fun. When it comes to the choices, it seems you either have no information, or I just click the one that gives me the biggest bonus. Like, this is going to hurt our morale. It's telling us it definitely will, so that's definitely not the best option. This one gives no bonus. This one has a 20% bonus to it. So regardless of the story, I'm going to click the one with the biggest bonus. Best option is always one that consumes goods. That, yeah. I don't know what goes behind. Is it a dice roll? You know, is there a 50% chance of a good outcome and a 50% chance of a bad outcome? And this 20% bonus then changes that to 70-30. So I can click this, use up some of our fur coats, and still fail. I guess. I assume. It's just less likely. Or does it have like 3 possible outcomes? Bad, okay, and better? I don't know. It's just it's a little unclear what you're actually playing with, but the stakes are quite low, and you get an interesting story whatever you click, I guess. Rue's instincts are solid. Keeping the right distance apart, move at a purposeful speed, avoiding the cracks and dark splodges. They reach the abandoned building without incident.
Nothing to fear.
We're at 68 morale, we can drop to 58, or we can drop to 67 by using a single chocolate. That seems worth it. Let that run.
I feel as
What's
certain
next, anyway?
flood heaved.
Quest is to get to
A
1750
competitor's island
investors.
withstood an attack.
When we do, we'll need chocolate. We'll want jewellery. I would guess chocolate's from cocoa from the New World. Jewellery is pearls from the New World as well, so we're going to need to set up more New World production and trade routes to bring it over. A lot of that, but fine. And I do cocoa on the on the useful island we've just taken. Extra gold here as well. Not pearls though. You do need a fertility for that, which we don't have on any of our islands. Interesting. That could be a problem then. We'll need to seize one of the AI's islands in order to get pearls. Unless we can regularly buy them from somewhere, yeah. Don't really want to be doing that, but we can buy them.
All hands at the ready.
Future problem, at least. Let's see what's happening on our expedition. I need to auto sell and balance with it. Yeah. We'll get through this and then I'll come back to that point. At least it's a shelter, the captain remarks. Then shut the doors on the wind and find the building interior licked with frost. Rusted hooks hang from the beams. Relics of the short-lived fur trade. Comforts are few and far between. I doubt Sir John would have passed it by. Must be some evidence of the lost expedition. Okay, so there's no bonuses. No skill choice. We're just picking one. We're going to either search for signs of recent use, find information about the local area. Gonna go with information about the local area.
Admiral.
We found something to go on. Wherever the fur traders were, they left in a rush. Papers and maps are strewn about, some trodden and sodden into mush. Precious few are dry and intact. Lockets are found relating to consignments received from a nearby Inuit settlement. It is marked on a fragment of the map. Inuit are sure to notice anyone passing through. We should visit them. Options are go back and take the other route, or continue on this route. Well, I see no reason not to continue.
It'll be a breeze.
Still got 49 chocolate to play with, so while the bonus isn't as good as the last time, I think we do use it. Yes, so these controls at your trading post, I'm used to them from the previous Anno games, but even so, not all of them. So it's only today that I've started using this set minimum stock option. Didn't even know it was there. Was spending quite a lot of time wanting that functionality. Didn't see it was there. And I think I may have made a mistake in when you first start your campaign, you're given a choice of having a high level of support or having no support. So when you pick the high level of support, I assume it stops every 2 minutes to teach you about every little thing you're doing. And when you pick no support, you get nothing. Just the missions to guide you, which are not enough, in my opinion. So I may have made a mistake by picking no support. It could have been better to pick the one that would have annoyed me all the time. But I didn't want to be annoyed all the time by constantly being told things that I knew because of previous games. So I think I would have liked a middle ground option that was like not the option to be constantly told everything that's going on, but perhaps an option that tells you some important things or things that are different from previous Anno games, perhaps. It doesn't really teach you. You learn from watching, it's someone play it quickly, whether they were speed running or whatever they were up to, yeah. But the actual controls that you've got in Anno 1800 are really good. Like your ability to set a selling point and a minimum stock at the same time, and then have your ships on wait until full on the trade routes and everything like that. So
Admiral,
for a long time I was trying to prevent, so a ship comes here to take away the coffee to take it to the Cape, and for a long time I was really annoyed that the people here who want coffee weren't getting it because the ships were coming along and taking it all. And all you do is you go to the coffee here and you tell it to have a minimum stock holding of whatever, 50 units. Like I've done that on the run there, told it minimum of 50. That means the ships that come along to trade, even on my internal trade routes, leave 50 behind. Which is exactly what I wanted. I just had no idea that the box was there until I was researching something else, and came across that number and was like, oh well, what does that do? Can't remember where, but for trade routes as an option. Yeah, just pick up what's available. Yeah, you
Got to start somewhere.
within a trade route, the options are here. So wait for goods. I've told it load up 50 beer. If you wait for goods, then it will sit there until it's got 50 beer. That's like with it selected. If you unselect it, then it will go there, and if there isn't 50 beer, then it will take what it can and go. Not more than 50, but whatever it can fit. And then at the other end, when you're unloading, you can wait for unload, so it will just sit there until that island can accept everything it's got. Or you can discard, so the ship will unload what it can, then it'll empty the rest of the cargo it's got on board and sail off. And the discarded stuff just gets lost forever. So you've got a lot of control about how your ships behave. I don't know if there is a correct choice or like an optimal way. I think there might be some things where people have a preference, a personal preference about how they move the goods around, but waiting to load seems like a way of ensuring an efficient flow of goods, as long as the receiving end has got enough depots to hold enough stock to wait on the next full load, if you see. So these guys are taking 200 coffee. The other end needs to be able to hold a lot more than 200. Let's get this newspaper sorted out.
Seductive charts bury
Those
my
two
desk.
balance to 0, and there's a happiness bonus, so we're just going to publish without upsetting anyone. Mind was blown when you realised yeah,
I too hope to spread good and truthful news.
that is something I find quite frustrating. You build around the space you've got, like here we've got a funny shaped field to fit the funny shaped river. I hate that. I like nice neat square fields that tessellate in together neatly and everything, which you can do on some islands, but you especially can't do on the default New World islands that have all these rivers snaking all over them.
There be monsters abroad.
We are at Nanook's Way. The route to the Inuit settlement is a 2-day trek by foot across exposed ice flats. Small expedition party sets off, leaving the rest at sea. Although the going is tough, it's not that which preoccupies a queue. As night falls, they are sure something is following them. We've got a 20% hunting chance or a 35% force chance. So, I mean, that's the bonus that's biggest, so we're going to continue walking, I guess. Men are strong and dedicated. They tramp through the half hour of pitch black darkness normally reserved for sleep, keeping good pace. Whatever was following them has given up. Gazing upwards, the party finds themselves lucky observers of the Aurora Borealis. They reach the Inuit settlement following lunchtime with a sense of wonder. The difference between 8 and 10 morale is not much, but of the opinion when we've got 48 chocolate to spend, we might as well keep our morale as high as possible. Nice neat square is pleasant, but not always possible, yes. I've especially found that here in the New World. It's different now. The latest DLC adds some extra islands to the New World, which are big and flat. So like this one is just huge empty spaces to work on, and this one as well has got a bunch. So before those islands were there, I don't think you had any option. You just had to squeeze things in like this wherever you can and however you can. So like what I did with these two farms here is keep the buildings as close to the next stage as possible. So this guy needs corn. The corn is right here next to it. And then the fields have got, you can kind of see the outline. It's a one square that goes along and then out until there's empty space to expand it. So it's really not a sensible field layout. It's a one tiny little strip. When you've not got it selected, I'm quite happy with the way that looks on the whole. This great giant field of corn with 4 farms attached to it. The individual farm does look really stupid. At least you feel smart when you get it done. Yeah. I don't think we actually have a problem. There's constant warnings about trade routes are just about storage being full. And food can't be unloaded. Soap can't be unloaded. Let's have a look.
Fabled lands exist after all. This better not be a con.
Soap should be fine. Canned food is full. It is what it is. Soap, if we've got that much, we could sell more. Let me change that route.
I like
Or if we'll get away with it, but
in every pie.
we could do is just have 80 instead of 100 being sold. We'll go for that. How did I get into the millions? I'm sure there are many possible routes. I got a helpful tip from someone who came into chat and pointed out the AI that you can trade with have specific requests. So this prison harbour is specifically requesting soap, and they will pay $384 coins, whatever it is, coins per soap, whereas the default for soap is probably like 40. Can't remember where you check that. Thought it was there.
It's wise to be ready.
It's there. Default selling price is 96, but this guy will pay you 384, so you can get 4 times as much by intentionally overproducing soap and then taking your surplus here on a trade route. So that's what this little ship is doing. It's taking our surplus soap over to this guy to get the best value for it. And you can do likewise at the other sales points. It might be something that's randomized on a random, but the default campaign, it will always be soap at that guy. Fried plantains at this one.
We are free to write our own.
So I've just got an ongoing trade route that goes to those points and sells those goods at over their value. The plantains there and the soap there, and then I just picked something because here at Crown Falls we have got the higher level, like the investor level goods, but we don't have so many investors. We're overproducing a whole bunch of stuff anyway, so we've got a ship here that is taking surplus champagne and surplus pocket watches and selling them, and that's not at a special price, it's just a default price, but they're valuable goods, so we're making cash off of that. So even when our tax balance runs in the red, we're still gaining money over time from those trade routes. This one for the gold bars is would be a good one. That's a high price for gold. Would it be worthwhile maxing production? So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like you could just settle an island, make nothing but soap there, and go and sell it all, and you'd make a lot of money. But if you overdevelop, so to make soap you need workers. If you were to level them into artisans, then the cost of that island might go beyond the space you've committed. Hard to explain what I mean with that, but you can overdo it. You can overdo soap because champagne is worth more. Even when you're selling soap at 4 times its base value, you could use that island to make something that's worth even more once you've leveled. Potentially. The soap's a good one. The soap is just a good balanced point in the tech level. Here we could sell the gold at 4,004, which is probably better when I think about it. Pocket watches are probably less than that.
Aye.
Check that in a minute. We've got, I mean, we've got gold here because we use it, I think, to make pocket watches.
New orders?
Yeah, it is. Didn't clock that earlier. The pocket watches are 3-3. The gold would be more. Let's want to set a minimum stock of 100 on the gold, and then change that trade route. Take gold bars instead, because that's what that guy wants.
Ready for assignment.
You can also, it's worth, when you're talking about the requests to sell, there's also these items that they will sell to you.
You would exploit?
So I haven't got it running at the moment, but I have heard if you do lots of missions for the pirates and build your pirate diplomacy level to the maximum and form an alliance with the pirates in the old world, they have a shop that sells gold bars to you.
Far be it from me to bank on gossip.
So you can have a ship purchase gold at 2,700 in the old world and ship it to this guy to sell it for 4,400. And all of that is infinite. So you can just set 1,000 ships buying and selling gold, never touching your own islands, making a profit. Apparently. I haven't done it yet, but it sounds like something you kind of should do.
A competitor's island
trade routes and you buy the
withstood
NPCs and
an attack.
Well, yeah, that's we'll see how that goes. I'm not sure. I may have misunderstood, or someone may have oversold the value of it. Okay, the Inuit settlement is a semi-permanent settlement. Inuit appear worried, but nevertheless offer our men every hospitality, inviting them into a large igloo. They're served a hearty suasat, meat stew. Under the silent gaze of what feels like the whole village, a girl is able to translate, and the others warm up when they hear a story of your journey over the ice flats. Soon the subject turns to Sir John's lost expedition. Tapisa shows you items that look like they belong to the missing men. Ah. We can offer to trade, but we don't have a lot that we want to lose. We want to keep the chocolate for morale, and we want to keep the fur coats for using. See what they say we can do. Tapisa patiently explains that they traded with men like ours about a year ago. Men wanted to know about channels through the ice, traded their things for the information. Points to the west coast of Terrier Island.
I suppose she'll do.
Just gave us the information for free.
Does this land belong to your queen? I am afraid I am a disappointment.
Did I know Arctic Quest was based on real events? Yes. Vaguely. Didn't don't know the details, but did know it was based on the real Arctic expedition. Yeah. Erebus and Terra.
Seductive charts bury my desk.
While we're waiting for the next event, I think I might just take a quick break. Leave the time running a bit, but I need to refill my drink, and it's gotten dark out, so I need to go close all the curtains and stuff like that. So I should just be 2 or 3 minutes, not too long. Get up and stretch. If you've been sat down for almost 3 hours like me, then get up and stretch too. Don't let your legs fall asleep. I'll be back in about 3 minutes to carry on with the next step of the expedition. See you then.
Greetings!
We careen into the unknown.
Hello there, I am back from my brief break. Drink is refilled. Legs are awake. Just about. Off hasn't been too bad today. It is definitely improving, but throat is still bothering me quite a lot. Demonic Sailor, thank you very much for the follow while I was away. Appreciate that, thank you very much. Looks like we're ready for the next step of our Arctic expedition. This coast of Terrier Island is snaggled up with monstrous horns of ice. Navigation is going to be tricky. Will the Narrows lead back once more to open water, or will your ship end up stuck? You can navigate carefully, get a better view, or send scouts ahead. Vigo TV, hello. Good day to you. 42% navigation bonus. 35% force bonus or a 20% hunting. Well, the best is navigation, so let's find a path. To their relief, your crew reach the open sea on the other side. There's a lack of consensus on magnetic north at this time. Navigators decide to ignore the compasses and trust their instincts, saving them a collision on more than one occasion. It enters King William Sound, majestic carpet of water leading up to its seat, King William Island. Sensing something, Lady Faithful suddenly emerges from below deck, voices the determined hopes of her heart.
We shouldn't expect to find them right away. This is a vast wilderness. It's been 2 years. The Admiralty say they've tried everything, but then they haven't lost a husband. Nor did it occur to them to search King William Sound. There! A camp! Abandoned. But we imagined as much, didn't we? And my John picked a fine spot. Perhaps they left some sign as to where they went.
Seems like the end of the expedition then. Guess we start building
I
here.
did say there would be rewards. That's for finding my John's camp.
50,000
My
coins.
John's camp shall
That's
serve for us.
not
From
much.
here, we can search to any length and breadth.
Session unlocked.
The Arctic, good. Take a bit of a back and forth route to get to this island. Uncover a bit of the map before we get started. So where is this on the session map?
A
Up
competitor's
there.
island is under siege.
So we've got Old World and Cape, New World, and then Arctic's all the way over there. Okay. It's going to take ships a long time to get back and forth.
Didn't take you for a changeless face. Fair play to you.
Affection can be timeless.
Oh, interesting, there's gold here.
The people celebrate your
So we
leadership.
could remove the gold production from the New World and do it in the Arctic instead, depending on which is easier. Or I suppose do it in the Arctic as well if we need even more. Whale, caribou and seal. What does the starting island have? Whale, caribou, bear and fur. Caribou, interesting. I guess whale oil. Be for lighting, cooking. Caribou meat, eating. Bears for furs to wear, but there's bears and there's furs, so there's two different clothing types, I guess. Bears, furs, caribous, whales. New there. Okay, we need to open up that section. Click on the post to take it over.
Just as they left it. We'll rake over the remains and then make a refuge for ourselves.
Dismantle
It's
everything,
indecent.
okay.
Your luck with islands.
Better
just
not to
by,
keep all
like,
the eggs in one basket.
Long time since we did a quest like that. Just click on them.
Hold hard. A crag. Heaped by Highland hand. It's well worth our time.
A
First,
logbook.
get all you faithful some shelter and a canteen where they can warm each other up.
Hey, Camel King William.
John's log. Open it. He knew we would come for him.
Year later.
If HMS Hades
Met some
instead
Inuit.
came this way, the Inuit must have seen them. Maybe they can help us.
Then they led us deeper into the
A
ice.
competitor's island withstood an attack.
With icebreakers. Okay, so it could be part of the first chains, I guess. Get an ice-breaking ship. Let's store off our fur coats and chocolate for now. Send the ship on another discovery route. Find the Inuit by studying the log. Okay, so the quest is route to the northwest. On a different island or on this island?
These fabled lands exist.
I guess on a different island. Settling here, canteen and 6 shelters.
Dragging us down.
So our first tier of population is called Explorer. Canteen is like a marketplace, I guess. Put one of those in the middle. Houses like normal. Let's do my typical block.
You reached a new milestone.
Need to move that down 1.
Cold enough to freeze the balls off a brass monkey. Cold. Get a coal fire's burning. Post.
It's an interesting saying. Okay.
Here's an easy target, lads.
Declared war. Let's
Your harbor
slow
is
time down
under
to deal with
attack.
this. Which harbour is under attack?
I bow deeply.
Particularly matter with destroying them. The pirates have monitors now. That's mildly scary. Okay, so we need to
Your
do the
harbor is
thing
under
again.
attack.
Request a ceasefire. Pay the
Every
tiny
man
bit of
will be
money.
avenged. Call that a storm.
Don't request the peace treaty.
I don't
Pay the
need
little bit of
telling
money
enough.
and have 2 hours of being left the hell alone. This guy's not declared war. Can we get... no, 0 chance of non-aggression. We'll just have to wait for him to declare war on us. Okay, so these guys are cold. Heater and a charcoal kiln to fuel it. Okay. Coal every 30, heat every 30, so 1 to 1. That's a very short service range. That's interesting. Okay. That's going to prevent us from building the way I normally do, but that's fine. So that doesn't cover the other side. Building it here doesn't cover the canteen. Does it need heat in the canteen? No. No. Okay, so putting it in the middle at this end covers all the houses, I hope. Then a charcoal kiln needs like a tree space, like lumber does. Let's put it there. I guess put a warehouse kind of nearby in case there's a surplus. Can store it then. Okay. Sustain 100% heat supply for 30 seconds.
You might want to look away for a moment.
I need to grow the forest to make the coal to feed the heat to supply that. This guy's saying they don't have canteen. Ah, because I've missed a bit of road on the corner. There we go. That's better. Have we uncovered any islands to the northwest with an Inuit village on? Nope, seals. I wonder what seals will be for. Ah, here is
The trick is to invest.
plateau of gas. Oh. Our income is suddenly huge. Didn't notice that, but we're 8,000 in the black. How have we done that? Falls is, I bet Crown Falls is having a party. Okay, so this is, I mean, the main reason we're here to get this gas deposits. We're on a icy plateau, so I'm guessing you build airships to go and get them somehow. Here's another one. Yeah, no coastline. Lots of ice. Need the ship to come back through the middle there, see if we uncover this island with Inuits on. Sorry.
Soldiers had no use for the iron, all frozen such as they were.
So that is now counting down. We are supplying the heat needed.
At least there's a faint heat.
Interesting. No happiness. No happiness. Okay. So the base temperature is minus 30. The heat is providing 32, so they've got 2 heat. Perhaps that functions like happiness. Similar fashion. Provide tallow and hot sauce.
Oh, this? It's only a sketch.
Sleeping
My father
bags and
used to build
schnapps.
birds he spotted on our trips, and I followed suit.
Also want mail, and they do take some. Oh, I see. There's the tallow and the hot sauce options. The add heat and number of explorers. Giving bread for more explorers. Okay. They have lifestyle needs. They have heat instead of happiness. And then regular needs.
The heat of them heaters don't travel far, and most of your buildings will need heating and all.
And oil lamps. Lumberjack sawmill. Okay, so we want to set up timber production. V-space somewhere. Not happy with that spot.
Keeping scope will catch your deaths out here.
Here instead. Bit happy with that. Okay, so those buildings also need heat, so they need a heater. They need a warehouse, a heater, and a charcoal kiln to feed the heater. That's awkward, but okay. Yeah, so you kind of want perhaps a centralised production of charcoal. build up a whole load into warehouses and feed the heaters through them. Just put this one out here for now. Consider how we do that later.
Please, we
Of
depend
course,
on you.
shortage. Don't want to build another block. Want to build houses up the sides because those are covered by the heater already. We just need to move this away a bit. And we need the timber before we can. That's okay. Is that the island we're looking for? Doesn't look like it. Fine. Sailing against the wind now, that's not ideal. We can though speed up to be let's do 2 speed. Okay, we've made some wood. Wood is going to the sawmill.
On some of the constituents.
We have a little, I guess that's the heater icon, so you don't do electricity out here, perhaps. We'll find out. Right, we need a lot more explorers before we can have bigger warehouses. That's interesting. Timber is coming in slowly. Fitting 4 in each house. That's not a lot. Should be okay. This timber coming slowly. We'll start building up the ones we've planned out, and we'll need a new heater the next time we put houses in.
Expedition.
Interesting, their initial need is just the heat, I guess. Everywhere else you have to provide food immediately. Here you need 100 explorers before you need the pemmican. That's fine. We've uncovered... Is this a new island? See any Inuits there? Maybe it's further away. Let's send this guy to uncover the rest of the map. I may have misunderstood the book, I guess. Yeah, there's all them built, so that will definitely take us into positive workforce. Another solid timber income.
You are loyal. We have traded many times.
There's another gas plateau. Is that now 3? This one? This
A competitor's island is under
that
siege.
one. Okay. No immediate quest to follow on from that regarding the development of the town, so We need to find whatever this was about. Met a group of Inuit to the northwest. Route to the Northwest Passage. So it could be the northwesternmost point on the map, I guess. Let us to a channel deeper into the ice.
A shaman must help those in need. We will share what we know.
There's a hole, I see. Wasn't immediately clear on the minimap, but there is like a ice flows that are blocking off.
I feared you would come. I will show you where those magic went.
This is what we were looking for.
Found something?
In tail, the escort quest, yeah? Yeah, okay. And this is a point where we can buy and sell things, can't sell anything special. Those materials look like the basic ones we've already seen. You can just follow them. We can buy a whole bunch of Arctic animals to take back to the zoo. And some relics. Which, actually, I did spend some time on the wiki before looking at all of the different like zoo set bonuses and museum set bonuses. Some of them are worth getting. Really worth getting.
Take only the whale and bear.
No rush to do that, but probably at some point we will look up the ones I want to do and hunt out all the pieces for them. It's quest where you have to follow without getting too close is one thing, but this way you just have to right click. We might as well click on him and go at full speed. Ah, he's sailing against the wind, so he's slowed down. We've not slowed down, so I think we are part steamboat, part sailboat. He's slowing down just because we're getting in the way now. Let's, I think so.
These fabled lands.
We did pick a good time to start this with our stability in the other regions is all good. We're not having to bounce back and forth all the time. Over 4 million in the bank now, so no real worries. This looks like we're almost there. So will we need to get an ice-breaking item to get through here? Why would this guy bring us here without one?
To the place they took their boats.
The Hades and Styx came this way. If it takes our last breath, we must find them.
That's fine.
Here's something more. It'll take our best efforts to clear that frozen channel.
How are we going to do it? We're going to do it by providing our explorers with pemmican.
And prepare an especial ice-breaching brigade.
Okay. I'm going to send the ship on another general exploring route while we work on other things. So, pemmican, we haven't even unlocked. So we'll need to unlock it before we can build it, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, that's, yeah. The heater coverage, if we were to put another row in, when it goes about halfway up, so we could...
A competitor's island withstood an attack.
Experience can teach a person a lot.
If we put one at the top of there, it will cover all of that and half of that, which is unnecessary. So the next one over will cover quite a lot then. If we put one at the top of there, it will cover all of that and half of that, which is the other half from this one. We want a heater there. And a new charcoal kiln to power it. That's for any excess, I guess. And then let's fill that in with houses, I guess. It's definitely more than we need, but it'll progress us. We'll need to at some point. Put a row in there as well. In fact, it covers the next. No, it covers half the next one, doesn't it? Let me just put that for my sanity. Doesn't go there anyway. Okay. If we skip one house. Yeah, half the next one. That is fine like that.
It is not
Just
pleasant
need
work.
these guys to deliver that
But
coal.
someone has to do it.
Which will start making heat. Which gets rid of all those warnings about the cold. Good.
You want to dance the danse macabre?
This guy's going to
You
declare war
force
on
my
us.
hand.
See if he'll let us do the little jiggle. Ceasefire. Keep, yeah. And then peace.
I also have my wife and children. I can't say I'm not.
Good. Leave us alone
You
for
know
2
a
hours.
person by the friends they choose.
Okay, so we've got enough people. We've unlocked pemmican. How do we make it? A whaling station and a caribou hunting cabin feed 1 pemmican cookhouse. So whaling station is built on the coastline. Requires whales, which we've got here. Go this side, I think. Caribou hunting cabin needs space around it like lumber and coal. That's a lot of that then. Fit much more on this island. If you're not allowed to really overlap much. Let's go put this out in this direction. We need heating as well. Fine. If it needs heating, we'll need another coal kiln. Winds in my cities. Interesting. Need to coverage over... Ah. We need heated coverage over the whaling station as well. Okay, okay. I wonder if there's a building later that provides a wider heat coverage or something. It does maintain 100% even with a lot of it covered, so it's not bad. Even that says 100%, so we just also need the cookhouse to put everything together. I'm gonna put that here.
I hope you don't disapprove of gift giving.
Still a long way from being able to upgrade warehouses, so I don't want to overload them too bad. But there we go. There's pemmican being created, apart from the shortage of workers. These were destroyed.
We're all doomed.
They don't get the canteen coverage. Didn't think about that. So let's put another one of those in. Fine.
We're still waiting for materials.
I don't want to settle another island to make a ton of coal on or something. Suppose. Don't think our influence reward workforce is provided in the Arctic. Makes that complicated. Not sure shipping things between multiple islands is going to be worthwhile up here. No, for now I think we just make do. Annoying, but carry on.
Charts bury my desk.
Workforce is positive again.
My fingers look frostbitten.
Oh, that's still planting. Okay. Take a while. Making a... No, we're not making a surplus of coal. Maybe we should. Because that will help with future expansion if we intentionally make a surplus. We can actually overlap them a lot. Quite as bad as I initially thought. That one's fired up. Whaling has started. Oh, they've got a little harpoon gun on the front. Bring a whole whale
Greetings.
Back. Uji, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Our income has dropped into the red again. That must mean a party somewhere has finished. There you go, there's some big tanks of whale oil, I guess. Bubbling away, lovely. Is he taking that? He's actually going to do the whole journey all the way up, interesting. That's quicker than that's great. There's the caribou hunting going. They are heated. They've got their cultivation area. We can see the animals. So yeah, meat's being loaded into the warehouse.
Milestone.
We've leveled up to a camp. Cool. Great. They've got pemmican. The quest is starting to tick down. Good. Good. We are allowed to supply sleeping bags now. What's this? So we've done everything up to that point. Ranger station. Fights fire and flu. So, okay. Kind of combination of a hospital firehouse for out here. Let's have one. Just so that we have one. If resident quests are different up here. Are they still the same nonsense as the old one?
I thought of something. Something that will make things a lot easier for all of us.
Delivery quest.
Wonderful.
Okay. They want 30 tons of felt. Is that part of the sleeping bag production? No.
One final look.
Happiness. But increased riot chance. I think it's worth removing that. Let's just blank it out.
Of course.
Keep it simple.
You know what's best.
As your paper says, they can't always have it rich.
Felt. What is...
I have a duty of care. Vis-a-vis vous, you know?
Seal, skin, goose feather, sleeping bag. Sounds nice. Felt is the bit from the New World that's used to make hats. I guess. Yeah. I'm not doing that.
As if we didn't have enough worries.
It's tougher than your average resident quest in the old world. Okay. Let's do the sleeping bags. It's like a happiness equivalent. Ah. We don't have seal fertility here. So we would need to settle a new island. Does that mean we need to go back to the old world to get steel beams?
Last night I had a disquieting dream.
Find out. Next stage of the quest is lamp oil lamp supply. We need 500 explorers to do that.
At least there's a faint heat.
Sleeping bags will give us coins and heat, not more people. The lifestyle needs are particularly attractive. More houses then. Each heater's doing... So we can do another couple rows this way if we move this down somewhere. Can't overlap the one at the bottom anymore.
I lost all
Yeah,
sensation
that's
in my hands
fine.
long ago.
Okay. Ooh, hello. Arctic flu. Luckily we built the ranger station. Very high Arctic flu chance, moderate fire chance. Arctic flu, okay. Particular reason it's so high? I'd assume that increasing that heat level decreases your chance of catching flu. So sleeping bags would be good. To work out how we're going to do that. Need to get another island, yeah. I wanted more houses, but now I can't remember why. Oh, to unlock oil lamps. Heater is 2 in between them, so 1 and then this would be 2. Heater would go at the top of the next one, which is pointless because that cliff's there. Put it at the top of this one. Build it that close with still getting 100%. Looks like we can. Both be 100% still a hope. We'll see. And put another row down here. A few more houses, not particularly urgent. Okay, ship is here. Let's. Superintendent isn't required anymore. We'll just park him in here, keep him warm. Take a stack of timber, see if that's enough. Closest island would be best. This one is on the northern tip. This one would be on the northern tip. It's pretty much the same. This one doesn't have the fertility we need, and neither does this one. Okay. It is that. So,
greetings.
No, that's right. Swedish monkey. Thank you very much for following. Appreciate it. Clear that only the really, really small islands have a seal fertility. So let's come to the closest really, really small island. I guess. Income isn't too bad. With minus 450 balance, we're still making enough money off our trade routes to be growing our bank account. 4.7 millions. A number that makes me feel quite safe. Happy here. How is our things? Okay. Pemmican's close. Safe for now. Shouldn't have too much of an issue. With the kind of space limitations, I'm hoping they've kept it quite easy in terms of demand level. We'll see. Can we? No, we do need steel beams even here. In that case, building depots, so we can't just bring a bunch of stuff to store up here. Bring a ship that's just loaded with stuff and leave it sat somewhere. If we buy a cargo.
Ever carved a love spoon from walnut? Well,
expensive, but
Hold the crane.
Let's see. I'm going to send you to the Cape to go and pick up a bunch of stuff. just a whole mixture, I suppose, of bricks, steel beams. See if there's anything else we might find useful to have in the Arctic, just to begin with. How far are we from unlocking? The next need is schnapps, 500. We are 56 people away from that, and oil lamps also at 500. This random one I've clicked has not got canteen coverage. Okay, that could be an issue. Gonna need one down this end. This charcoal kiln going to stay at 100. Looks like it is. Fine, not a problem then. If I've got all the supply right, we should have 7 in every hut. We've got 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 65 huts. 65 sevens. 455. So we still need another 45 people, 7 in each hut, 7 huts, which are not going to fit all along in a neat pattern, I'm sure. Star Screen, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Kind of fit them here and there. I mean, I couldn't put them there, they're not covered by a heater. Oh, they are. How far does that go?
Here's a sort of caper I had.
Not very far.
When first started.
Greetings.
Let down. Again.
Lad Network, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate that.
A bold
Thank you.
new expedition.
Couple roads up here. We might need to move that charcoal plant if we put a bunch of houses here. Cover quite a few there. That might be a block of 6, perhaps. A few odd houses here and there. I'd rather, yeah, put a block in here. So let's move this guy out. So he's going to remain at 100. Let's put a block of 6 in there. Should be okay for canteen. It's right next to him. Should be okay for heater. Yeah, it goes all the way up to that last corner. Couldn't do a block of 8 because this one would be too far unless the heat carries on that road far enough. It doesn't. That's 1 square off what we would need. What we can do is build them on that edge of the road though. They will be heated. I think we might want a second ranger station up this corner because we put extra houses there just to play it safe. These roads I didn't end up using. That's an extra 8 houses when I thought I needed 7, so when they're fully inhabited we should unlock oil lamp. Schnapps as well. Don't know if we can. I've seen the potato fertility, so I assume we need to ship schnapps up here from the old world. We can do from the Cape, maybe might be easiest because we can, like, we've got tractorized potato farms down there. What is that cargo ship? It's just left the old world. speed time up and get it into the Cape. Has affected our income, having that. They're expensive ships for cargo ships, so do with getting an item that makes it cheaper, I suppose, but still. Cash is coming down. It was more than 4.4.
Greetings.
Frustrating. Amazon agent. Thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. And Geeter Eater, hello. I'm good, thank you. Generally, been a good day. I've still got a bit of a winter cold. You know, a bit sick, bit of a cough. Had it for about a week now. Really bothering me, but every day's getting better, so I'm sure I'll be well soon. Hope you're well too. Hope you're doing good. Ooh, we've got a flu outbreak here as well.
Right. I've had enough of your lip.
Willie Wibblesock doesn't want to trade anymore. Unless I give him 80 grand.
Deals are off. And don't ask why.
I care. Reputation points. Got 100 reputation points with her, but she still won't. Now that we're not trading with him, she might.
I've high quality for hotly. I like to have a finger in every pie.
Trade one for the other. Might give us an alliance as well. See, my issue is, I pay 240 now. How long does this alliance last?
Oh, sure you can try.
I'm not paying $250,000 for an alliance that lasts 2 minutes. If it lasts forever, like the other one we've got
Your ship has returned
then
from its voyage.
that's not so bad of a price to pay. Okay, we have unlocked the next tier of stuff. Yeah, schnapps can't be made here. It's made in the old world, fine. Oil lamps. So you do the whaling here, but you need to ship the brass in.
Don't spend it all
Interesting.
at once.
So we need schnapps, brass. Building materials. We need a regular supply of schnapps and brass. So let's queue up some clippers to be moving those. Increasing our trading fleet is going to be expensive, and I'm not sure those explorers are generating any revenue for us at all.
Seductive charge, Berry.
Amazing the change. I mean, her trading fleets 4 hours ago were just a ship and a frigate. Now they've got
If you want to get ahead, keep on
the
the
ship,
move.
a frigate, a monitor, and 2 armed airships.
New orders.
Scary. Okay, so we're generating timber up there. We don't need that. We may need bricks, but I'm not sure. We definitely need steel beams. Regular supply of schnapps, not just a one-off drop. Sure, don't think weapons would be any need for that. Might need windows, I guess, at some point. Same basis, might need reinforced concrete at some point. I reckon that'll do us. 3 stacks of beams and everything. I mean, thank you for the follow, but do not need spam here, thank you.
Carry her about.
So sending this ship with its goods to the Arctic King William Island. Got, by chance, a surplus of schnapps? I do. Potential surplus of 3 on the schnapps. That could be sufficient, that we don't actually need to build anything. What's the other thing? It was brass, where we have a potential 3-unit surplus. Good. Don't actually need to build anything if we just send those clippers here to Ground Falls. To does make the journey longer. If we build the production in the actual old world, journey to the Arctic would be a bit shorter, but I don't see any point to mess around. If we've got the surplus in the Cape already, we'll use it.
It's the Arctic. I expect it to struggle.
So I can't actually set up oil lamp production now. We need the brass. Can't set up the sleeping bags, need those building materials. Snaps we'll just bring over once we've got those boats constructed, so I can't actually provide them what they're asking for this minute. Their income is taking a hit. Significant. Concerns me a bit. Ditchwater is losing us a lot of money, so we might need to spend some time kind of improving that island. Woodstone used to be making us more than that, so I don't know what's caused the loss. There we go. Ground Falls is obviously making us a lot. Maybe we could leverage something to make more. Islands in the New World are not great. Prosperity loses a lot because it's just an oil source. Tigodan is covered in people. It ought to be making a bit more cash than that for us.
Ship constructed.
Building 4 more ships isn't going to help.
Ship constructed.
Increasing our gold production
Bearskin, dogskin, catskin.
would be beneficial. How does that look at the moment? We've got a minor surplus, a little less than 1. Which comes out of the pocket watch production. We're supplying 2 ore in. And we've got a minor surplus. Where are those buildings?
Look sharp, the governor's here.
It's brass.
Cover your ears.
It was here. Yeah, there's a goldsmith. Is electrified. So the next step would be perhaps another electrified one. We'd then just need to double the inputs, so we'd need another 2 gold ore. Current gold ore supply, so 2 is being used. I didn't actually need to come here to look, did I? 1 is being made on this island. One is being made on that island.
Wise to take time to learn.
One is being made from 3 mines. Because they're slow, very slow. Okay. Here, 1 is being made from 2 mines. That might just be a slight miscount. I reckon it's 1 for every 2 mines. shouldn't be at 2 minutes 30. It's 2.5. So the 5 mines we've got in total are creating the 2. That does make sense. If we can get 5 more mines, we'd have another 2. 3 mines available on prosperity, but no one to staff them really. 4 mines available on here. Manola, 2. That's not great. What about in the Arctic? Two on this island. Can't even use them. We need we need 750 technicians. Don't know if that's the next level of people or the one after. But this is not a gold mine, it's a deep gold mine, which produces gold ore every minute. Which is to say, we'd only need 2 of these mines to create the 2 that I've got in my head. That could be something of a focus for us. I don't want to spend a huge amount of time building up gold supply from the New World if we've got a better one here.
These
need to get that.
lands exist after
750 technicians might be awkward, but that could be a target we focus on to create extra gold at the Cape, which we sell for cash. I think the bank account's still going up. Up and down, but generally trending upwards, so could be okay. Speed the time to max. We've got
Ship constructed.
Let me
Ship
think. We've got clippers, so these need, rather than to sit around wasting us money, let's get them moving. 2 of them, Solo and Langostine. They go to Cape Trelawney, stop at Crown Falls, and they load up with schnapps. With These are slightly different. If I can't build the depots in the Arctic, then I don't necessarily want to take a full load over, because I can't unload a full load. Waiting around to get 200 schnapps only to unload 50 at the other end could work on the assumption that when I unlock technicians, that'll unlock the depot. Yeah, I'm going to assume that. We'll take a full load of schnapps and they will wait until they are full. Then they will head to the Arctic, King William Island, and unload it all. At least for the time being, I don't want them sailing back to the Cape with 150 schnapps because they couldn't unload it, so we're going to wait to unload as well in this case.
So, Snake Eyes, is that how it is?
That is an intercession route. I do want to go to Crown Falls and set a minimum stock level of schnapps so that they don't literally take all of it. And let's remove the trading option on it so that we have it for ourselves. While we're here, let's do the same on brass. Set a minimum stock level, make sure we're not trading it out. What is brass used in? Is it spectacles? I kind of don't want to trade out the spectacles. That leaves us short. It's fine for now. Rather have the cash, but if we end up with a brass supply issue, it could be because our statistical consideration of our requirement for brass doesn't account for anything in that chain being sold, because that's unpredictable, so it may cause an issue. At the moment it's obviously not. We got full stores of all the elements, so that's fine. We just need to add the trade route for Endeavour and Puddle Duck. Looked up on brass. We've got 550. We're saying maintain 100 minimum. It's 450 available. They're taking 200 on each ship. That's fine.
If you do not fulfill our alliance, I fear it will be a humiliation.
So King William, you unload, but you wait to unload. You are intercession. I have to declare war on a guy I don't want to declare war on, or I lose my alliance with someone who trades with me every now and then.
Mountains move so suddenly and terribly.
We still maintain our trade rights. That's all I care about. You've still got 0 chance of trading with us. Okay, well, considering I'm not allied with her, will you ally with us now? If we pay a silly amount of money,
A competitor's
which we will not
island
be doing.
is under siege.
Okay. Set the right settings at the trading post. I've set the clippers into motion. It will be a while before they can make the journeys. The old world to the Cape, from the Cape to the Arctic.
It's 4 hours in a row. Time to stretch your legs. Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Cargo ship has reached the Arctic. Okay, great.
Hold the crane.
So let's unload into storage what we can
When
here.
it comes to trade, you never disappoint.
Take out some timber. Go settle this tiny little island
Begin the turn.
we've got nearby. Looks like the island's okay. No complaints. Constant breakouts of flu. Yeah, I hope we can improve that with schnapps and sleeping bags. We can ship over tallow quite easily as well, relatively easily. We've got siloed pig farms. Can electrify some soap making chains, I guess.
I had dreamt of sledding,
Hot sauce I've not seen
climbing
yet.
and mountaineering.
Don't know where that
Don't
comes
get
from,
much of
but
that, will we?
if we see it, then we'll be able to provide it, I guess. Might be tourist related. It feels like a tourist related thing, if I had to guess.
Aye.
Settled down? Where'd you get that?
Okay, we are settled.
Quite the scale of operation, dear.
Here we want to club a bunch of seals. It's done on the coastline where you've got seal fertility, 30-second. 2 sleeping bag factories for each seal dock, and 4 goose farms are needed. Goose doesn't require fertility. We need 20 people to hunt the seals. Which is
Seductive chart, very
quite a
modest.
lot of people on such a small island. Interesting. I'm looking forward to connecting all that gold up, actually. Okay, so we're going to need canteen, a heater, a coal source, and ranger station. Shouldn't need pemmican for 20 people, I don't think. Yeah, seal hunting docks. Let's put them there. Through the island to build on. The heater at the maximum range to cover as much as we can. Charcoal kiln can go. Not really sure where, but let's put it in a straight line behind it. Canteen and housing. Switch them around. The canteen doesn't need heat. How many are we going to get in a house? I think it was 4 that we had before. Let's just pause. Plant that for us. It's going to take a while.
The
Could be
competitor's island withstood an attack.
problem.
You steam ahead. Go on, mate. Didn't take you for a Janus face. Fair play to you.
Okay, they are getting coal. It's being delivered.
A competitor raised a settlement.
Heat is being provided. Good. Actually curious about that settlement. It just gave me a notice. Didn't think there were any clear islands. I might have just not uncovered them on the map. No, I mean the ones we parked on are still.
People celebrate
ours.
your leadership.
That's not an issue.
Sadness.
So this island has got. They are not getting covered by that canteen. Can I? I'll stick it on the end. Stick it on this end without. To move that over to get 100%. There we go. Okay, so that is 4 per house, 5 houses, 20 people, of which 10 are being used in the heating and what have you.
If I remember rightly.
We need
Well, at once.
10 more people, which is that many. So yeah, nowhere near the level that will then require pemmican, so they should be fine as they are. A ranger station costs money but no people. I think it's best to have one to stay safe. We're just going to need some timber bringing over. could set up timber on the island, but it's such a small island it doesn't seem worth it. Just fill them up with a bit of timber. Sure about this cargo ship now that it's dropped everything off. It's an expensive thing to just keep around here. Might add it to one of the, you know, like the schnapps delivery or something.
A bold new expedition.
Could sell it off, I guess. Not sure.
Carry her about.
I don't think I want to get rid of it. We are definitely going to use it to bring gold back, perhaps, or something of that nature. So yeah, let's add Castilla to something. Planning one more piers. Okay, we can hop back and do that in a second. Really don't see anything there that I want to add it to.
Cargo stations.
We're going to keep it safe here for a while, even though it is a waste of money. Our bank balance is going up slowly, but it is. Let's not stress about it too much. I'll tell you what it can do. It's overkill, but it can bring the seals over.
New orders. There's a rat in your laundry.
Each load up with seal furs. Seal skins, lovely. Unload them on King William. I assume, I don't think we're going to try and squeeze any more of the chain over here for Goose Farms. It kind of looks like we might be able to. Four Goose Farms and a sleeping bag, and 2 sleeping bag factories would require 240 people. Which we can't fit that here as well. No, even 4 Goose Farms is... no. We're going to do it on the main island. Ideally, by fitting it somewhere we've already got heating. But without causing a charcoal factory to stop here, maybe? That one might need moving, but we can check that after. 5 farms. That, I think, is similar to the layout of pigs. I think. So there's no option, even though it's a livestock farm, to add silos. It's a bit of a shame. Double that up and put 2 sleeping bag factories in. Probably with their own warehouse.
Exist after all.
Like so. Happy enough. Is that still going at 100%, so that charcoal kiln doesn't need moving? That's fine. Great. Should have delivered some seal skins in. We have. Just need these geese to start giving feathers, which they are. Factory making sleeping bags is up and running. Sleeping bags are going into the warehouse. Very good. We even had enough spare explorers to staff it all, without needing to worry.
I won't surrender while there's shelter.
So people are getting sleeping bags. It's gradually adding heat up to 16. So they'll go to positive 18. Always a chance to catch flu. Okay, always a chance. Better heated areas are less likely. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe it starts at a 100% chance and a positive 18 is going to reduce it to still a significantly big chance. Who knows? Either way, they've got sleeping bags, that's a positive thing. They'll soon get the schnapps. Let's take a look at where they're loading. Going to be slow, but they're moving large volumes, so once it starts it should be okay. It's just expect it will take a long time to get started, personally. Let's see the ships on the cave. Ships there that failed to fully unload. That's a surprise.
The people celebrate.
Might be
your
worth
leadership.
enabling wait to unload on all of our routes. That's a wasted journey. I think we will do that. I think we will. First, I want to finish my thought about where on earth those clippers are. Started here, they're not here. Just a flash thought that I could do away with those very expensive warships I've got.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Ah!
Just say
They've
the
all
word.
made it here. But of course there is only one dock on this island because we can't build any more.
Awaiting
And
new
that
horizons.
guy's been told to sit there until he unloads. Which, because we can't build a second pier, is going to be a disaster.
Seductive chart. Bury my desk.
Can't do that. And while we could allow wait to unload on things like the rum and the coffee, because we can build more piers, it's less of an issue, I guess. Let's. We can build more piers. Gold ore as well. Oil as well? Why not? Cigars, coffee, gold, oil, rum, but not the schnapps or brass, the Kalchok or however you pronounce it. Yes. Just need to probably do a whip around of pier building everywhere. Do I mean pier? Yeah, load and unload, that's what I mean. That island is fine, it's this one really that needs... In fact, we could put some on the other side of the island, that, if it allows.
Let old Beryl take her slice.
some extras on here. Just taking one from Druidstone. Need to go buy that back in a minute. Be with that. Let's buy back Druidstone, build more piers at the Cape. 2, don't know when that happened. Okay. Here's here. This island should have weapon production. I should be able to throw up some, yeah, flak just to worry less about the expansion of their airship fleets. Now, okay, so they are now moving again. Good. Even though they're making a wasted journey bringing all that stuff back, it's necessary until we can build more piers here. Does mean these guys have now also got schnapps. So their little thermometer is even full to the top, plus 30 heat. Sounds great. We've also got the brass here to start producing oil lamps. Don't know how much brass we're bringing here. 3, I think it was. Not sure how that factors in. It's 1 to 1 to 1, so maybe we could have up to 3 oil lamps with the current supply. Perhaps. We'll need an extra whaling station. Doesn't line up great. Let's this side. And an oil lamp factory. Somewhere with heating and a warehouse that isn't overloaded. This one looks okay. We'll see how that does for supply. Just going to slow time down while it builds up. I'm going to take another break. Now's a good timing for it. Drink needs refilling again. Legs are falling asleep again, so if you've been sat watching a long time, like I have, I recommend you get up and stretch your legs too. Stop from falling asleep or whatever. I'll just be 2 or 3 minutes to wander around, refill the drink, and then we'll come back. We'll fix our workforce issue. We'll progress the quest as well, because we'll have oil lamps then, so looks good, lots coming up. Excited. I'll be back shortly.
A competitor's island is under siege.
Hello there, I am back from our brief break. Still awake. Hope you are too. Okay, so that quest for the oil has completed itself while I was away. Good. Supply is not quite 100%. Quite got the extra bonus explorer, which would be nice to have. Is there an issue with it? We don't have enough whale oil. Definitely got enough brass. Factory's working properly. Perfect productivity is growing. Could be an issue there. Could be a shortage of whale oil. Shouldn't be, but you know. Sometimes things don't work perfect. I mean, we've got the spare everything, so why don't we throw a superfluous whale hunting station in? Whales are infinite, right? Like I missed anything critical while I was away.
Withstood an attack.
That's fine. Ships sailing all over the place. She's still growing. Oh, looks good. Looks good. Looks like we're not going to lose the Empire while we're freezing in the Arctic here. So we're going to pick up the Ice Breaching Brigade.
Are our ice breaches ready?
Bring them to the ice blockade. We are in a position to upgrade the explorers now. 165 surplus to what we're doing, so why don't we find out what comes next? It'd be best to do it where we can put in additional services, I guess. So nowhere perfect. Let's start here.
You reach
That is
a
technicians.
new milestone.
New horizon level. Okay, so technicians for Chile. They want Parkers and coffee. Can take rum, mezcal. They want dynamite and motors to research. Okay. Going to need a post office. Canned food and husky sleds. All sounds rather complicated. Okay. It's not unlocked anything additional here. It's unlocked airship platform, harbour buildings. Here we go. Don't have any weapons up here with which to
Brigade,
do
ready
any
the
kind of
charges.
defensing. Let them go. Build some extra piers in. It's good that we bought some spare steel beams up earlier, so we can just throw a bunch of piers down and then re-enable wait to unload from the those clippers. Boxes and boxes of dynamite. Definitely a safe way of clearing the ice. Absolutely. Nothing's going to go wrong, I'm sure. Looks clear. We can sail through.
A competitor's island withstood an attack.
Okay, so
The expedition must have been really stubborn to venture up there.
there's no extra seafronts here. We
They
can't
really expect to take those boats.
can't build in front of the whales as well.
I feel it reflects the times.
All this newspaper out. Increased need consumption, don't want that.
Nobody would dare challenge your authority.
That'll do. If we rotate, build a bunch of piers this way. Something. 3 of them. Can't build the last one. We've got the steel, it's not the timber, so we just need to wait for the timber on that. Then I do, before I forget, want to come and re-enable wait to unload on brass and schnapps. It's fine, just remember that last one isn't constructed properly yet. Let's progress the quest. Here they are.
What does it take for a captain to abandon his ship? To cross the ice by foot? No ship, even an icebreaker, can carry us from here. Nor will we cover enough ground on foot.
You need a blooming airship, you do. Hey, what do you mean, borrow mine? Get out of it.
You need an airship,
Build
okay.
your own airships. You'll want to employ a lot of fuss-pot soodstokes, so watch out.
I have no idea how expensive that will be, but here. I hope that's a start.
Yes, I'm
No
a
idea.
Zeppelin technician, but really, I'm much more than that.
I see.
A bold new expedition.
We need to build an Arctic airship hangar foundation. Built in phases, yep, that's why it's a foundation. Once complete, we can produce trade airships with gas. Needs timber and steel. Let me use my timber to finish that first. It's quite sizable. Very good to put it. I think we're going to need to juggle some of our charcoal production around. Let's rather have this down the front here, I think. The back here? The back here is okay with me. Will it need heating? It's not getting it there, it doesn't look like it.
Prepare
boarded.
Let's declare war again. A ceasefire.
Call that a storm.
Cheap that time.
I don't need telling enough's enough.
Good from the looks of it. Maybe we should be doing more quests with the AI to stop them bothering us, don't know. Feels like we've got enough to juggle without constantly sending our ships in circles on quests.
Build a hangar first? Good thought. Better up the ice don't melt, or that'll be the first thing to go.
Okay, it has the heating symbol there, so I'm going to guess it needs heating. Ideally we won't build another heater to do that. We've got enough on the island. I just want to make it reach the end of that.
I lost all sensation in my hands long ago.
Which may cause an issue with that. I've lost my UI completely. Accidentally lent on some button that hides the UI, I'm gonna guess. We're gonna have to Google what that button is because I haven't got a clue. Not that button. New suggestions online. Changing session hasn't brought it back. Control G is apparently a shortcut, but that's not working. Bear with. Not really play with it like this, I don't think. Has crashed the game. It's quite something, actually. We've had a few graphical glitches with the game before, nothing major. I don't think I lent on anything by accident, so just randomly losing the UI and then crashing the desktop is interesting. No game is perfect, of course. Just have to wait for it to reboot and then see if we've lost anything to whenever the last autosave was. Bad, I don't think. We're streaming this a lot, so could be 50 hours maybe. First crash. It's better than a lot of games. Okay, so part of the messing around, I've changed it to windowed, haven't I? Which it's not happy with. See if there's any processes still running in the background from it. Doesn't look like it. Let's try again to relaunch. I thought my voice would give in before the game does. Press nothing until we get to the main menu and see if it's make it that far. First time it's given a network connectivity issue as well. Okay, can I use its options to change us back to full screen? Or windowed full screen? Yes. No. It does not want to be in full screen. Give it a few more tries, but we may have to give this a proper hammering off stream before carrying on, if it won't behave. Oh, we're in full screen now. It hasn't crashed yet. There we are, successfully at the main menu. We are in full screen. Need to run through the loading screens. It's a bit better. Possibly the longest session I've done in Anno, over 4.5 hours. It might be a memory leak type thing, or a overheating on the graphics card is possible. Paused the issue. We've loaded okay.
Better out the ice don't melt, well that'll be the first thing to go.
Back in the game just at that notice, so we haven't lost anything. Yeah, I was just looking at moving this, so let's, I think it'll be lost. Can't really get it where I want it without completely removing this charcoal source. Get it to there at 100%, but when I move this, that's going to drop again, isn't it? For sure. Okay, so let's... Does the heater need... Yeah, it needs a warehouse to pull the coal from. Let's move this one over somewhere else entirely. all the way out here. No, even that, when we put the road in, is an issue. Something like that. I think that wasn't 100%, no, 98. There's 100. Not ideal, but there we go. If I remove that warehouse, that'll be an issue. You might want a warehouse nearby to this foundation anyway, so no big deal. You stick it right there, I guess.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Why not? Okay. So now it's heated up. Foundation
This one don't
requires
look too scary. Do you mind? Flaming Carruthers.
100 technicians. Timber, cement, explorers. We need to have 100 technicians, but also a 150 explorer workforce. That will mean expanding both. Was there anything, any service building that needs providing to technicians? No. Parker's Coffee, post office. So we will want to clump them around the service distance of a post office, which we can't currently see. Which might mean building up one end rather than down the whole. We'll move them later, when we find out what a post office is. Okay, that is 100 technicians on the nose, which unlocks the post office. Arctic Lodge, that's like a union, yeah. Oh, that's a big range. Huge. Just stick that up in this corner, I guess. Needs a bunch of timber, some bricks, which luckily we brought earlier. What else do we need? 150 spare explorers.
These fabled Lansings.
I have to build in extra lodges for that. Which might mean extra heaters. See any simple way of fitting more in anywhere? Move this warehouse over. Move that coal source back. Get a few over here. How far? Lot is not complete. Can at least do that. That. Another block on this lot. And that one, yeah. But not on the crossroad there. No. Could put a couple there. And we've done it over this side, so why not? Still need to move that coal back another little bit to get the 100%. There is the post office. Let's producing local mail. Okay. Expensive. But okay.
A gentleman never complains.
They're happy with the coverage, which fits more technicians per house. We could downgrade a couple houses to get the extra explorers.
Coming here was a dream. I can have no complaints.
Also get more explorers by providing bread, tallow. Local mail, which we're producing. Interesting. Enable local mail for explorers here. Should add an explorer in every house. Production is 2, consumption is 1. Current production is 2, but potential production is 1. Something seems not quite right about that, but okay. Seems to be balanced at least, so if the supply reaches 100%, we'll get the extra people.
Seductive charts bury my desk.
There we go. Just need those people to move into the houses, and then we could have the 150 extra explorers that we need to do the construction. Timber we're making here. Cement. Don't believe we're making cement anywhere. It's not made here in the Arctic at all. Cement, I'd assume, is an old world thing. And again, I'd assume it's out of concrete. It is. Produced by a limestone quarry. Okay. Well, we've been sat at full reinforced concrete for a long time, so I assume we've got a ton of cement sat. Yeah, we do. It's not an ongoing requirement, so why don't we send a boat back to grab what we need. Suppose we need 30 at this stage. Will we need more in the future? That's... Why don't we bring a full load in case we need more later? Could bring steel beams instead. Let's do a trip. We'll bring some cement and some steel beams back to this island, I guess. Can I build? I've built the piers, depots, yes. Yeah, no great location to put them in. Can I squeeze one at the end here? Yes. Not at that end. Turn it round. No. Okay, so any more depots would have to go to this side. Let's hope we don't need more whale oil.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Do for now. One visual option on this type compared to the two in the other sessions. It's a bit nicer, I think. Okay. Maybe we should bring some weapons over. I'm not sure if we need to defend here. There's no no sign of the AI players, so I'm kind of thinking you don't have a military requirement in the Arctic. you know, it's nicer without it, personally. I'm not a huge fan of it. Okay. Let's give it some time. We just want to check that mail. It's still saying we're producing more than we can. Fine. Using 2 seal skins and supplying 2, fine. Surplus of almost everything. We're a little short on pemmican. That will cause an issue quite quickly, so we need to fix that. Surplus on whale oil,
Here's the
that's...
sort of caper I had when first bite off the hand at feet.
Okay, so pemmican, we do need more whale oil. Gonna need to juggle everything that's here a little somehow. We'll look at that in a second. We're gonna need another
Want to go places, do you?
caribou hunting cabin.
These fabled
Oh, that's
lands
interesting.
exist after all.
Overlap it quite a lot with other things, just not with other caribou hunters. Interesting, like I say. Let's put one here then. Cookhouse. A warehouse to put them all in.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Road is... no heat here. Quickly. Change things around a little then. Need to keep the area itself quite clear, so if that's at the end of that road, that needs to go farther away.
I have to think what's best for us.
We take that unnecessary road out, that might improve it. Yeah, that's 100%. This one then wasn't, so... Simple answer to that, we're going to need to move this one.
You want to dance the danse macabre?
100% there, move... % there. 100% by moving him up 2. There we go. Okay. So we just need to sort out the whaling.
You force my hand.
After we sort out pirate causing trouble again.
I also have my wife and children to think about. My people will be glad.
It's him no longer causing trouble. Okay, let's... What if...
It's as kind as we could make it.
It's going to temporarily delete these depots again. And then look at what we can do with a whaling station. Can we turn it around? Doesn't look like it. Has to be attached to the shore. The shore goes in a little bit just to be annoying right there. Can I move the trading post? Yeah, okay. Okay, so that little dip in the shoreline's fine if we move them over a little like that. Let's this road out of the way.
Are miserable.
Heater is out of coal. Oh, it's because I've disconnected everything from the trading post. We'll fix it in any moment now. That needs that sort of thing. Not brilliant, but here we go. Gonna give them their own warehouse.
Sounds great, doesn't it?
Line the trading post up on the edge of there. Everyone's reconnected so they can stop complaining. Let's come off the road. That seems fine, that's at 100%, that's going to feed in. So now we can deal with all of these. Somehow. No, let's... Let's put the depots into place. And then the piers. Three of them. How far over can we? We can put the piers right on the edge. I hadn't figured, so let's do another row of. Can't quite fit that last one on there. The harbour area cuts in. How many depots do we really need? Is that? We can fit more. Let's do it. I might be wrong on that. I might be one tile wrong. Yeah, I am. 2 rows of depots and 2 piers. 1 row of depots and more piers. I think more piers is going to be more good. That. There's my preference. It'd be nice to put some harbour building in that little gap there. The only one we can do is guns, and we don't have the weapons to do that, so that will just have to be how it is for now. Still 5 depots, that's plenty to give us a safe storage of schnapps. Good. Has our flagship made it to the Cape? Yes. I think some extra steel beams are going to be needed. And then just in case we need more cement, let's take a whole bunch to King William Island. Send him on his way. Speed time back up now that we've sorted that area out. Okay, so that's Explorer workforce dipped for some reason. Might have been a shortage of stuff as we disconnected things. Getting back in fine now. should get to the 150 we need. It isn't for some reason.
Charts, very modest.
Oh, because there's a sickness going around. Seems to always be a little something holding the numbers back from what I'm expecting. Fine. In order for now. Still considering downgrading our military fleet. I mean, we're at minus 2,000 a tick, but income is still growing. The cash in the bank. 5.3, it was, or something last time I was checking, so tempted to improve the income, but we don't need to, I suppose. If we regularly get more parties, then it really isn't an issue. Not confident we're going to have space on this island to make parkas. Coffee's going to be shipped in, which we may need to completely rework how we're doing the New World before we can do that. Canned food to be shipped in as well. Muskie's feds, I guess, are made locally. Canned food. See, we randomly happen to have a surplus of brass and schnapps on this island, so we randomly have a surplus of canned food. That would be brilliant. No, we actually have a shortage of canned food. A very small one, but a shortage nevertheless. So we may soon need to look at that. We can tractify, we can electrify. We do need to consider that this island doesn't naturally have pepper fertility. So this is currently getting pepper fertility from the trade union.
Do you call it altruism?
Just need to bear that in mind in terms of how we lay things out. What we do, so tractors add.
You here, master?
Tractors add 200% to the farm. I don't believe it multiplies. I think percentage buffs stack additive. So they'd be going at 225%. With the seed effect. 225%.
Oh, I'm always busy, Duck. A field don't tell
No,
you.
325%. Which is an awkward number.
From its voyage.
400% would be lovely. We could do one farm for instead of 4 of them. Two 325s is 650.
A bold new expedition.
That's still not a helpful number. 3 325s is 975, which is again not. However you splice it, you get more peppers than you need. So we're not sure tractifying is best call. Silos on the cattle is a simple option because we've still got more grain that can be tracted. So we could double our cattle with silos.
Always harder with someone at your shoulder.
And then electrifying 7 factories, each requiring 75 artisans, seems like a good idea.
Celebrate your leadership.
That's a prime thing to electrify. Might need a new power plant to do so, because of the awkwardness of where the others are. Or we move one of them down here and then juggle other things around it at the same time is also an option. Might be nice to move this lot of random stuff next to a new one. But okay. We're going to need to do that soon. I think I would just... yeah, silo the kettle and deal with the extra grain we need. Add the extra pepper farms. They just need to be within range of the trade union. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Then electrify all that. Then we'll have a surplus of canned food to bring up to the Arctic. Ultimately. Let's drop off this cement. So that is 50 timber, 30 cement, 129 explorers. Okay. Why are we short of explorers?
Warmth in the camp, at least.
Maybe we never went over 150 in the first place. I might have been wrong.
My expectations were low to begin with.
Fitting more technicians per house. We only need 100. We can drop 2. Gives us the 100 and the 150 in a easy way. We'll no doubt need more of them in the future, but that's sufficient to start this phase of the hangar. They should start. Yeah, they take it from the nearest warehouse. Cool. That little sled there is loading up on stuff. So they dig out the foundations. It's interesting, is it? Those piles of timber appearing.
Oh, this? It's only a sketch. My father used to draw the birds he spotted on
Sure.
our trips, and I followed suit.
If the visual is actually changing according to what we deliver or not.
These fabled
Don't think
lands
so.
exist up.
Suddenly jump as we reach the end of the phase to suddenly being built. Think. Didn't pay much attention on the last staged constructions we were doing. It's a long time ago actually, there aren't been that many so far. Everything delivered, so they just got to go through the time cycles, I guess, before telling us what we need to get delivered here next. And food is required at 300 technicians, so quite a distance off that. Even if we end up with 150 excess explorers after this job's done, still only takes us to 250. No it doesn't. Every 11 explorers become 13 technicians. Quick maths in my head suggests it's still slightly short of 300. well short of 750 for the husky sled level. Previous quest chains in the game haven't required you to do everything, which in my mind it would be better if they did. If the quest chain to completion meant doing everything in the game, that would be good. But I'm willing to bet that we can finish the quest chains in the Arctic without ever making husky sleds or bringing coffee here. Needing to do that might be dependent on exactly what's required on these plateaus with the gas deposits, because if they're not manned and we don't have to build houses there, then we may never reach the 750 technicians. Not of a mind of building for the sake of building in the game. Kind of want to do all the quest chains and see a bit of everything, but not necessarily complete absolutely everything. Phase 2 is complete.
Expensive, yes. But
Take
with
a look.
airships, you'll be the one to find my John and his boys. I'm certain of it.
The people celebrate your leadership.
The ice-cold steel structure of the hangar juts above the ground like the stranded carcass of a colossal whale. One mustn't be fooled by the striking morbidness of the image. The whale will give birth to airships.
Seductive charts bury my dead.
To get to 300 technicians. We've got the steel beams, we've got the reinforced concrete. 250 technician workforce is fine because we're not using them for anything else at the moment, so we just need to upgrade guys and get to 300. Which may affect...
Fire left ruins behind.
May affect the number of base resources we need to be creating as well. Hope we don't need to do more whaling on that island.
A competitor's island is under siege.
Need to do the whaling on a different island and ship the whaling oil over. Sure we can afford to do. Fine. Cash is still growing. We haven't hit a problem point yet. Okay, so upgrading.
A careless disposition may bring negative chi.
Just a few things around the outside that don't get the coverage of the post office that we don't want to upgrade, but almost everything is covered. Don't want to explorer workforce to drop below 0 either.
Minus 30 is the norm.
Could deliver things to boost the number of technicians per house. Well, not really. I mean, we could stop providing mail to... Actually, why don't we see... Are we producing enough mail to deliver local mail to both tiers at the same time? No? Yes? Maybe? What?
Is there something wrong with the way I'm doing things?
Full output storage is what's causing the issue. When it actually runs, even though it says the potential production is 1, it's still saying 2 produced and 2 consumed. I suppose there's a building that increases the storage of mail, but I mean, if it's not, it's continuing to have the problem, it suggests that we have sufficient to keep it full, so I'm going to say it's fine to leave that enabled. Prime hunting cabins gather fur 4 times faster than the ones in the old world. Don't currently have a fur supply problem, but I'm sure there's something constructive we can do with lots of fur.
You steam ahead, go on. You've left the whole thing a ruddy jumble.
He's poked his head up and confused me.
A bold new expedition.
So they want canned food now, so we should deal with that. That'll also increase the number of technicians per house, although we are over 300 now. So we've unlocked the stage, we've got the workforce, we've got the materials, let's do it. While that is running, let's go take another look at the canned food production we've got. We do have some in the old world as well, which we could equally expand, but there's no electricity in the old world at the moment, whereas there is on this island. Okay, so I don't want to move that power plant on just those buildings, perhaps. This power plant is
a renowned
powering
personage has arrived.
a whole bunch of stuff with room to do more. Is powering 2 mines.
A competitor's island
This
withstood an
power
attack.
plant is not powering that mine, but it's powering these mines, so we couldn't move all of this to share this power plant because
It's a surprise inspection.
we need an iron and a coal mine. And there's a coal mine there. There's not an iron. We would need to... Is there... So here... No, that is not iron or coal. And likewise, this power plant feeds a couple of mines as well. So... If we move these 7 factories next to one of these ones, opposite the sausages, they fit. I don't think they fit very well, but the buildings might go nicer there. So how about here next to whatever this is, iron, steel production.
A competitor's island is under siege.
It's nice to hear more about competitors coming under attack than ourselves now. It was a long time where all we ever heard was that we were under attack. It was very annoying.
You've always been a sharp one.
There's the goulash kitchens, and then these are the canneries themselves. Fit great. Might they fit better on this side of the road if we move everything up 1.
It's all prepared.
Should be okay. That should still get powered if we move everything up 1. Whoa, that's a pessimistic newspaper. War was declared and then finished within the day. Why? If we use propaganda, we're probably going to get people upset by it, so we want to balance that by going extra positive and extra riot chance reduction.
My mother is also inflexible if she senses rebellion.
You're already an example to me, little helpers.
Do want to
Seductive charts, very
tidy these rail lines slightly. I know it's unnecessary, but still. It's That's what I'm like. That's happier for me.
A fire broke out.
Fire has broken out. Let's remember that, as well as everything else I'm trying to remember.
The fire left ruins behind.
Okay, let's sort that out before I forget. Just need to rebuild the one that exploded, I guess. Should be more careful making those snaps.
A competitor's island withstood an attack.
This warehouse to collect. It's fine, I'm just going to upgrade this one as well. Cover everything. So that mine is still electrified. Good. The kitchens should be electrified. Good. Canneries are electrified. So without the need for extra staff, we have doubled our canned food production. Not sure why our income is dropping so dramatically, but let's focus. I need to double our resource input.
I love
Is we only need, what is it, 120 farmers to do that? Is it even worth silos and for the sake of so few farmers? I don't think it is. I think it's easier to just duplicate this. Just going to move it down to the end of this one. Because we're going to need space to juggle the peppers on account of them having to stay next to the trade union. That's fine for now. This is okay. How are we going to do this then? Slow time down first. Don't let anything get too broken. Going to need extra pepper farms. The fields don't need to stay within the trade union radius. It's only the building itself, so they're fine, and I can just throw the fields around wherever. Really, it's possible to. How's that? Pretty good. Very square. That's lovely. The other side is slightly different because it's different building there. Something like that, I think.
We know.
Yep. I just put a random row into, so there's no empty gap there. Beautiful. They're all lit up when I click that, which I assume means they're working fine. Increase the warehouse because it's now got 8 things feeding into it. But that's, so doubled the peppers, doubled the cattle. Farmer workforce is still in the positive, which is fine. Balance has gone much more negative than I believe it should have. No big deal. These are all electrified, so our canned food output should now be excessive. Two, okay, not amazing, but something.
Just say
So
the
I
word.
don't forget later. Let's set the settings now, minimum stock level. Make sure it's not being traded, that's good. I need 2 more clippers. We're going to need more piers here. This is a bit of a mess, really. Ah. Harbour area is not very big. Move some things over the other side. Let's do that. So
Look
we got
sharp, the governor's here.
random sand mine there on its own for whatever reason. Our shipyard next to where the oil comes in. Let's move some depots over here as well. Tidy these guns up.
A bold new expedition, Admiral.
What else have we got here? So that's the main trading building. Bits of road are no longer needed. That's where the tourists land. We kind of want to keep that there. So piers. Not going to do better rotated in
Ceasefire
this
has ended.
area. Line them up here next to the other one. Those guns need moving out of the way.
Greetings.
Be the gap. Vigo TV, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. A little bit down the edge here we can use for guns. Yeah, it'd be nice. There must be an item to fill in this empty space with a quayside or something. We'll look at that in a second. Okay, these guns also need to get out of the way. It's not ideal, but it'll do. Let's have some in the centre here. Can't fit any in that gap. No, okay. Similar long row of piers on this side, more of them. Ooh, one space off, fitting that last one in. Fit a random one on sideways. Actually, why don't we get the last row around? It's a mess, but it will do the job. So is there... Farmer's got no harbour buildings. Is there quay? There we go, is that just generic infill? Yeah, random boxes and stuff, that's great. That's ugly as hell, but it better than random bit of sea being back there. Hey, that is ugly, but okay. We need more piers. That's interesting. Didn't think of that. Need a road connection to the shipyard. Sorted, okay. I need a pier connection because I need to get 2 new, whatever you call them, clippers, to bring canned food to the Arctic. Oh, we got movement speed bonus. Yes, excellent. Got enough trade ships.
You gained an influence bonus.
I can't imagine the cost if we swapped all of our clippers out for steam-powered cargo ships. Phase 3 complete.
The cost and scale of that structure is staggering. But have fun.
Vast Dome is nearly finished.
My John is a risk taker also.
Once the canvas roofing is stretched over the skeleton and the technical equipment installed, assembly of airships will commence. So, sorry. 20 windows we've got already. We bought them earlier. Steam motors I didn't predict. We're going to need to bring some of them over. Sails for the canvas makes sense. Okay. 400 technician workforce, but we need 750 technicians to unlock it. So we do need to reach that maximum level.
Against facial frostbite is working.
Though we don't necessarily need to provide the husky sled, it's just unlocking the need for it. So canned food is going to help us when that gets flowing. We are going to need to do Parkers. Not need to, actually. Probably be a good idea to reduce flu outbreaks. The coin bonus would be of use. But it doesn't increase the number of technicians. So we're not currently producing motors, mescal. Not producing dynamite, but this suggests we can. Would give us 3 technicians per house. That's something. We could get mail working. That's a lot of technicians per house, 6. You just don't know much about it. Oh, it's air transported goods, so we probably can't do that until we've got the airships, would be my guess. Rum, we can produce extra, we can ship it over, but it's only 1 technician per house. The added heat bonus is nice. I believe our best bet is, yes, get the canned food supplied, but then it's build more houses. Which is a little bit awkward. I need to move quite a few of these bits and pieces away and redesign. Say bits and pieces, there aren't really any. It's heaters and warehouses to supply them. Fit some more houses up here if we move that coal.
No strings.
Fit some houses back here. I think, yeah, more coal production up the back here. More houses down the bottom here. Maybe even houses down here. Let's start moving coal out to this end of the island. Can't get that road built without decreasing this one. Bit of a pain. Have to take a longer trip to get to the warehouse. Likewise with this one. Better if the road was on this side. Goody, but there we go. Get the next one moved. That's this one at the back here. I wonder whether we ought to, whether it would be sensible to mine the coal out of the mountains in the old world and ship it up here.
A competitor's island is
trying
under
to use
siege.
charcoal kilns to make it over these islands. Kind of like that idea. It would free up a lot of space on this island. We will look into that ultimately.
A competitor's island is under siege.
It's a more efficient way of getting coal up here for fuel. We might even have some spare coal mines on some of our islands. Okay, so that was that one also moved, so move this cookhouse into a more industrial area.
Ship constructed.
Find one. There, yeah.
These fabled lands exist after all.
Ship constructed.
That factory as well. In fact, let us move this coal. Says it's still okay there, so that's fine. That frees up a bit of space down the front here. That was a silly bit of road there. Go, move that factory next to there. This can all actually move over. Everything else is broken, doesn't need to move yet, but we could move some other things down to the front here where there's warehousing for it. Okay. Let's move this over. Out some more blocks and see. So what is it? It's 30 would make a block. I think that's wrong. It is. Block of 10 houses would end there.
I hope you may still teach me of your ways.
Was that heater cover? Not very far at all. Canteen covers well though. Do with a ranger station down here. We'll put another heater in down the end here. We can fill a whole bunch of homes in there. That heater. Just one down here on the corner, I guess. No, even that doesn't cover everything very well. Partly because there's a bit of road missing. Okay, what if we kind of want it in the middle? Yeah, because that's going in all directions then. Let's not remove that one. What happens? Heater. Put one at this end instead. No. To move, yeah, that end instead. Fine. Those are like random houses we stuck on the ends. We could actually put full blocks in here potentially next, so that's fine. Missing heat. Why? Because that guy's just gone to grab some coal. That's fine. I want to move this now as well, which is... Can you? Oh, you can. That's fine then. Look at that when we need to. I think that's all good spot then. He's got warehouses in range he can come to. We ought to be able to fill all this in safely. That's good. It's all good.
It's warmer inside.
Then we just need to be keeping an eye on when we need to increase pemmican oil lamp sleeping bag production, and whether our schnapps demand goes over the 3 that we've got available. 2 at the moment. We have some surplus of oil. Doesn't look like a full 1, but some surplus. Pemmican is currently in surplus, as our sleeping bag's quite good at the moment from the looks of things. What is the Parker production chain? It's seal plus bear. One seal feeds
A competitor's
3
island
Parkers,
withstood an attack.
which take 1 bear, so we have capacity to do more seals where we're doing seals. Then just need to do bear on this island, which would be no issue if we do the coal elsewhere, but perhaps some issue if we don't. 3 bear hunting cabins and 3 Parker factories. It's significant. The charcoal kiln produces a coal every 30 seconds, whereas coal mine produces a coal every 15. So you'd be halving the number of buildings to begin with. We can electrify a coal mine to double that.
The people celebrate your leadership.
You then have to have another trade route. Waiting on more ships to sail back and forth. These 2 guys have been set around. They are I want to say canned food, right? So go to Crown Falls, load on canned food, go to the Arctic and unload it. Wait for goods when loading, wait to unload when unloading. We may have too many ships. I wonder whether... Start to wonder whether 2 per route is unnecessary. take an example. One of the previously very busy routes
Just
is
say the
the
word.
rum. At the moment we've got a rum ship sat because it can't unload. It's full. If we sold excess rum, that might speed things up. Perhaps. Over in the New World, the source of the rum I think is here. Has got its base amount really, a little over.
A new commission?
And there is a outbound ship full of rum now. So by the time the full ship reaches the Cape, the ship at the Cape is empty,
Ready for a challenge.
then that's perfect, basically. Constant dripping supply. If the other ship gets here and this one still hasn't left here, then it's unnecessary.
Good and ready.
The things we're having shipped over, what are our consumption rates of each of them?
Seductive charts, very much.
What are we having shipped over? Is these things are this stuff. Calchoc is 4. Coffee is 5.
Workforce shortage.
Gold ore is a bit different. Cigars are 0. That's very interesting actually. Cigars are 0. That's having 2 ships on that is definitely excessive. Definitely. And then I think the other thing, the Calchoc stuff as well is excessive. Let's go to that trade route, bin 1 off, fine, and then go to cigars and bin 1 off, fine. Find those 2 idle ships. Oh, they're both here trying to unload.
Ready for a challenge.
I'm gonna empty them out and then they will be ready for the next route that needs
Moving to coordinates.
ships putting on it. We've got, I did enable them, yeah. Get canned food to the Arctic shortly, definitely. We need to send our flagship back to the Cape to pick up sails and motors. Yeah, sails and motors. Okay, these guys are moved in. We've got a significant excess of explorers. We can do a bunch more of the guys up here.
It makes me less anxious about Western medicine.
More guys in this area.
Is there something wrong with the way I'm doing things?
Post office covered houses. So if we do another block up here. See what the heat coverage is. Not good. Okay. Can we move them effectively, or so if I put it there, That's very not good. Can't do that. So yeah, we would need another heater. Or we move this one and do something over here. Here's an option. Okay, so there's not.
Perhaps this island is
work.
as yet you are a confusion.
Right, I want to move this one back a little. I like that because that blocks access to a bit of land. Let's say, what if we make a 10 grid here? Question really, so that's 1, 2, 3. The road would be there. Yep. If we move this guy accordingly. Houses have just gone cold, haven't they? Yeah, quite a few. So, no, basically. Now, a lot of fiddling to get this heat coverage right. No, it needs to come down because of these. That's where it was, right?
Your people are miserable.
That is fine, yeah. Easy options from the looks of it.
You'll make a killing on this. A job half done will come back to bite you.
There's just a little one. This gap here.
These fabled lands exist after all.
Should get another little one here, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Workforce shortage.
Not perfect. Some kind of problem in Laser.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Can move the fire and sickness hut out a little.
I have this nagging feeling you're a jellyfish.
That fits the post office better in that gap and allows 2 houses in that one. Heat coverage good, canteen coverage good. That coverage not so good down the bottom here. Let's get another one put in. Post office coverage has dropped off these 2 on the edge, so let's swap them for whatever. Move them up here. See if we can upgrade a few. We can upgrade that block. Swap these guys. Guys that are ready to upgrade. Although that's...
I warm by the stove after a long day.
When they move it, it shakes their needs a little. okay for now. 750 technicians is the target, right? We're at 741.
My expectations were low to begin.
So we're gonna go shooting over it when those canned foods get here. Bit concerning, but never mind. Tick range of coverage could be improved, I think. Moving this guy
Prepare to be boarded.
down to here instead.
Ship
Have we got?
under attack.
No, I didn't. We've unlocked the deep gold
Your
mine.
harbor is
Lovely
under
to see.
attack.
Let's see if we can
Your harbor
sort
is
this out
under
again.
attack.
It's rare we leave any of them. Fine, but
Wonder if I can get some kind of mod that automatically does that every time they declare war on us.
Your conduct is exemplary.
Clicking 4 buttons and the war is over. So the heat isn't reaching our thingy airship hangar, which it needs to. If we're going to have it here, it's going to block stuff off. Why don't we consider putting it here? Big empty space and other stuff didn't quite work out there. Just about fits. Let's put it on as far over as we can. A little bit of space down the edge to put something, perhaps.
Workforce shortage.
That heater will coverage. Perfect.
Aye.
We definitely don't need 2 ships of brass. Look at that. Okay. You are coming off of that trade route and going. Join those other spare guys. Just all together for now. So I can deal with you later. Laisla is complaining about stuff. Workforce. Let's go take a look at why they're complaining. We are suddenly 100 obreros short. Even though we didn't change anything here.
What can I do?
We did add the tortilla production, didn't we? Although I thought we'd balanced the people.
we are the future.
We are now short of both rum and
A
ponchos.
competitor's island is under siege.
Taking rum away, or no? We're now consuming too much of both of those items. Okay, that's a nightmare. We have a little excess of wood, so we should be able to just put in sugar cane and distillery. So anywhere, not really anywhere where we already have that. Although there's kind of an unused warehouse here, so let's those 2 buildings here.
New expedition, Admiral.
The silliest shape we can, of course. So that's the rum, and then the ponchos. Just a little alpaca farm and a. What's this? Lumberjacks, okay. Down over the end here, I guess.
Workforce shortage.
For them. That should fix it, but we may be short of Jornaleros to do so. Which I think the top here is where they can only really go. Well covered by the chapel and market here. squeezing things in now, really. It's a bit messy. Not terribly happy about it. There we go. These guys are not getting market coverage right on the edge. It's okay, just not great. Should be enough to get them positive again. Ought to be. Not sure if it will be, but it ought to be.
A competitor's island withstood an attack.
Slowly improving. Not sure about whether we need more obreros. Did we? Made a building. I guess the rum distillery needs. No, only arrows. Don't need any extras at this point, so it should work out okay once they get everything they're asking for. Okay, your arrows are positive again. Obreros are positive again. Okay, so that issue is resolved. And we need to get our flagship to bring sails and motors, steam motors. Anything else we think we might need? I think we used most of the bricks we took up, so why don't we bring some of them as well to King William Island. He's on his way. Good. Anything else going on around here? There's the clippers that we don't need. Wonder if we just sell them off and make new ones. We do. There's profit to be made in that anyway. When we need new ones, we'll sell them off. Can't sell them here. Okay, let's send you over to High Clarence Hall.
Good and ready.
Do you out? Send you off to High Clarence Hall as well. There's another one.
Awaiting new horizons.
Yes, Puddle Duck. Let's send you to High Clarence Hall instead. And deal with you all when you get there.
These fabled lands exist.
This guy's missing heat. He won't be if we put him on the other side of the road. Problem solved. Okay, I'm going to leave though. The flagship was on its way to bring the materials we need for the next phase, so I'm going to leave that running while I take another quick break. As we're 6 hours into the stream now. Been a long one, an interesting one. We've had game crashes, we've had a lot of progress. We're well into the Arctic now, which is great. Been interesting. Yeah, just another 2-3 minutes. Stretch your legs, refill the drink, do all those healthy things. As always, if you've been staring at your screen as long as I have, get up and stretch your legs too. And then, yeah, a couple of minutes we'll be back. Hopefully we'll have those materials. We'll carry on building our airship hangar here in the Arctic. See you shortly.
A competitor's island is under siege. Your ship has returned from its voyage. Your ship has returned from its voyage. Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Seductive charts bury my desk.
Hello there, I am back from stretching my legs once more. Into the last little stretch of streaming for the evening.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Good timing. My throat is generally doing okay, but I have just run out of hard candies and things that I've been taking to calm it down, so don't promise to make it all the way till 10 PM if the throat does start playing up again.
Aye.
May have to call it early.
Competitor's island withstood an attack.
We'll see how it goes.
Pure
Just say
pleasure.
the word.
Let's, yeah, as a
Don't tell me
suggested,
I've missed another
sell these off.
appointment.
Good and ready.
Think of all the good times we've had.
Not worth much,
What
but
a
we can
jolly surprise.
make a bit of cash and rebuild them later
Aye.
when we need them, if we need them.
Anyone for croquet? All in Her Majesty's name.
It's all good. Probably some others that we're using in various trade routes that are now superfluous, not required. We're okay, we're fine. Income is still going up. We're at 5.8 million now. That's a number that makes me feel very safe. Still not enough to buy that, what was it? Epic rocket barrage or something. But it's fine. It did our flagship, yeah, made it here.
Good and ready.
See there, that's...
Ready for a challenge.
What have
I
you
want
done?
to see two ships with schnapps sat here waiting to unload. It is excessive. But that's okay. Let's not stress over that. Let's start phase 4 of the Arctic airship hangar. Got all the requirements. Let's go. Now I've got quite an excess of workforce here. Because the deep gold mines is what we really want to spend it on. husky sled requires more seal skins. Lumberjacking to make the frames in a factory. It's quite a lot of workers required for that process.
Some of us have to live by the sword.
It's about like 4 husky farms, 2 sled frame factories. 2 husky sled factories, it's a lot of technicians. Just to give 4 technicians per house. Could be worth it.
I'm sorry. This
Could
is
be.
the only way.
Not sure that helps you then get the extra workers. Gas mines need 250.
Black, white, and red all over.
Your banners lose none of their
I guess
colour.
you do need a population centre on the gas mine islands.
These fabled lands exist after all.
The people celebrate your
Trying to
leadership.
try and juggle the peace with the pirates again.
You're right. We need some. I can't say I'm not.
There we go. So what did I say before? 5 mines we've got in the New World are supplying 2
The
gold
people
ore.
celebrate your leadership.
We build 2 gold mines here, then we can replace that. We'll send the ships here instead. Could do it as well, but I think instead is a good start for saving money, hopefully, because we can remove the mines from those islands in the New World. Ah, they need heat.
Little fish are careful who they swim with.
Interesting, they need heat, of course. Which means we'd need more coal, I think. Yeah, coal is currently balanced, so we're going to need 2 heaters. Unless we move... This heater's only here for the caribou. We can move the caribou closer to the mines.
You'll soon be making a name for
Possibly.
yourself.
Move. See where we can move the caribou farms to successfully. That's probably okay if we don't move that one. Nope.
I have so many.
Let's try up this end instead. There is
Done.
fine. Move the heater. Move these other buildings. What's this? That's more caribou.
I feel it reflects the times.
I can just go there. Cool. Let's slow down. Sort out the newspaper. That all balances to nothing. Perfect. Take the kitchen, put it with the other kitchen. Perfect. We've got 2 warehouses that could be 1, I guess. Move this one for these guys. Well, they got one quite close. We can put one there without hurting, so
I find the safety goggles a bit ridiculous myself.
that's one deep gold mine, heated and powered. This one is not heated. There's not really anything else that needs moving. We could move all of this. It's kind of neat and tidy as it is. So I guess that means we're trying to fit another charcoal kiln in. We can fit one, yeah, in this space we've just cleared out. That's reasonable.
Whole new expedition, Admiral.
And then a heater that reaches that mine. That'll do the job. They said they'd finished, didn't they? Phase 4 complete.
That's the hangar? Oh, how marvellous. Sir John will be the first to congratulate you when we find him.
Yeah, a bit of free gas they're giving me.
No gas? God. Very well, I suppose I'll have to lend you some.
Awaiting new horizons.
I don't want both these ships sitting here. Let me send this one to go get sold. Near my trading post there is some gas. Apparently. Somewhere around here. Right in front of my face. Don't see it. Potentially blind. Guess I'm not entirely sure what gas will look like. What's all that? Like a pipeline on the ground. That must be the length of the heating supply. Like the electrical supply has a visual, the heating does. That's cool. I've never zoomed in far enough to see it. Very cool. Okay. Why am I struggling to find this? Oh. Because they've put it on the wrong island. Never mind.
I can't stop gassing out here. You've got to keep chattering to stay afloat.
Okay. Was that now? Just bring a flagship in case we need to move it between islands. Find out what that is that's pointing at. Sign of gas canisters here. Don't see any on this island. Arctic gas 0, so they're not there. We can build a Boreas, a non-rigid airship. Go quite fast at max speed. There, ingredients. We need more sails. Can we make sails here? No, we can't. You need sheep. Okay, we'll have to send our flagship back to pick up a bunch of sails from somewhere. Find out what happened to that gas. What's this? That's a little bit of gas that was on the ground. Oh, couldn't fit the quest reward in that warehouse because it's too small. Okay. Let's bring the gas to the correct island and then head off to get some sails. Looking forward to not having this cough anymore.
Is under siege.
Should have enough sales on ditchwater, I think. Expect. Because we're making them there, or we've been making ships there, just it should have been long enough that we've restocked them. I would expect so.
People celebrate your leadership.
Gold. It's an intercession route. Gold ore. So we're going to no longer stop in Laser or Tigaran. We're going to come to the Arctic. Load, full load.
Agreed a peace deal.
Gold ore here. Then take your full load to Crown Falls and unload it. Where you're going to wait to unload, so you're going to wait for goods and then wait to unload. But you, Regent, are unnecessary, I believe. We're going to have only one clipper do it. Expect that will be enough, so I just then need to find where Regent has now parked himself.
Ready for a challenge.
We'll sell him. And we can remove the gold mines. That road there, no big deal.
These fabled lands exist after all.
That's a gold mine. Yeah, 2 on that island, 3 on this island. That one and that warehouse isn't needed anymore. There's one here. That warehouse isn't needed anymore. The other one's down here near town. Yeah, there it is. Freeze up sun.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Whatever it is. Obreros, I guess. Yeah, some Obreros are.
The epidemic spreads across your city.
Freed up for whatever else we might end up doing here, or perhaps for shrinking down these towns if needs be.
A competitor's island with
epidemic in
an
Laser
attack.
As we've got a hospital. It's not got great coverage. Let's get a second hospital put in for preventing this in the future. Again, no great spots to put it in. It's a bit of a problem. Going to move these 2 houses.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Move the firehouse up to the top end. Squeeze the hospital here. We can move back ever so slightly. Those 2 houses are now... well, we don't need them. Let's get rid of them and downgrade a couple.
There yet.
Let's delete a couple Obreros as well. It's removing the mines meant we didn't really need them, so yeah, whatever.
Shine your blow lamp on this, take you for a Janus face. Fair play to you.
Okay, rebuild the emptied houses.
More beautiful.
Spread to the area that they're not covering as well. They will get it cleared eventually. I'm sure it will just take time to fix that up. About to break 6 million in the bank.
Aye.
Still loading canned food down here. Have we even made
A scattering of blossom.
one full trip to the Arctic with it yet? Should have over this time frame.
The epidemic left buildings abandoned.
Yeah, we got canned food here. Good. Rebuilt everything. Okay, and the epidemic's over. That's good. Flagship just needed a whole bunch of sails. Which we don't have that many here. Okay. Interesting, actually, as a first island, Ditchwater's a bit
endless sorrow.
underdeveloped. A couple extra depots would be sensible. That's fine. 100 sails, I'm sure, is going to get the quest completed.
A bold new expedition.
Back over, and then this flipper is for sale.
Taking the initiative.
Good. Empire is seemingly doing very well.
Dragon and Phoenix in happy union.
Looking at the mini-map here in the Arctic, we've not really done much at all. I'm not... Based on the length of previous quest chains, I think we're almost finished with the quest chain here. I could be wrong about that, it might go on longer. But yeah, I'm not sure. I guess then we hook up all of the gas supply. That's what needs doing. You need to build up the population level so you can connect all of the gas, get that all sent over, I guess, to the Cape for powering things up. Well, the Cape's got an oil supply currently, so might send the gas off to various different other places to create electricity. Not sure really, there's nowhere in the old world. We could develop Bright Sands, there is still a quest to do that, and then we could power that. I don't know, it seems to me kind of like if we get tractors and silos and fertilizer eventually and electricity onto Crown Falls, then what do we need any other island for? If it's not supplying goods to Crown Falls, we should abandon the island. Spend the resources on the one that's making the money. I suppose unless we can reach investor level somewhere else, which is... I think it's kind of tiring enough doing it on one island. There's that flagship. Almost here.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Now let's unload these sails. Start constructing Boreas. 4 cargo, 2 item. It's pretty good actually. Wonder what the upkeep cost on airships is. Maybe we're going to redo our entire trade fleet in air transport instead. Open sea travel's 100%. Sail speed is very fast. Kind of want to replace our intercession trading ships with something that does more than 100% open sea travel, which I believe exists, although I haven't seen one. I know you can get some specialist ships if you form an alliance with the pirates. They will sell you specific ones. That could be interesting.
These fabled lands exist after all.
But then again, when we're done in the Arctic, the most interesting thing could be going to Africa. Okay, do we need to do anything here? Everything's balanced, just waiting for that airship for the quest.
I have to trust my instincts where you're concerned.
Check the statistical production. The Schnapps has reached 3 requirement, which is what we're giving, so if we expand our population here anymore, we're going to need to increase Schnapps production to match. Canned food is being provided more than 1. Grass is more than 1. Coffee we're not connected, don't think we want to. The mail keeps bouncing full, so that must be fine. Pemmican is marginally below demand. That's a problem. It's a big problem because we need to add more whale oil. Which we do not have the harbour space to do. I believe the answer to that is to reduce our population, because we don't need 300 surplus technicians unless the next quest tells us to have them. I think the right thing to do is to downgrade. Well, let's just wipe out that random extra lump of houses. Then maybe this edge row. Hopefully that's enough to... No, it's not.
The fire is out of control.
We'll make do for now, I guess. How is pemmican in storage? Reasonable. Surplus of whale oil. That might be from overproducing other things, oil lamps, which we're not really overproducing much at all. No, we just have an excess whale oil for some reason. Looks a bit like that's like 3 and a bit, not 3. Okay, I mean, if we've got an excess whale oil, then we can make more pemmican, although it took a bit of time. I just noticed there as I was leaving. We have reduced the population plenty to fix that problem, so let's not worry about that.
The fire left ruins
Come back
behind.
to it.
I wouldn't be a rebel if I settled for this.
Just that one building destroyed. Good. Fine, sorted then.
A bold new
Ready for a
expedition,
challenge.
Admiral.
Gold mines are running, that's good. They're running fine. Fine, so we've connected the 2 from this island. Our other island's got a mine on it. Difficult to connect because we need 100 technicians on the island. Not sure I fancy that. This island's got 2. This island's got 2 and quite a lot of open space. That seems like an option.
Ceasefire has ended.
2 on each of them. 4 islands with 13 gas each. Yeah, it looks like all of the bigger islands have got 2 gold mines. All the smaller ones have got 1. I'm not sure
Ship
about
constructed.
getting that
Your first
population level
ship, I bet you feel lighter than air.
for staffing the gold mine. Okay, we've got
Now
Condor.
the search can really begin. From high above, this white expanse may seem more finite.
So we have the main quest to fly over to where those ships were. New side quest to get an Arctic gas mine running. So let's I assume we need to
Recommence the
take
search where we left it.
On
At the
course.
place the hay
the same materials, wood and steel, in order to make a landing. Can I check that anywhere?
I will help you find them.
Airship
One of the
platform
Inuit is offering to
is
lead north.
brick and wood.
I don't need a
Altitude
hindrance.
stable.
I'll wait for you on the other side.
Did I bring enough brick up? Yes, good. Let's also bring some steel just in case I'm wrong on that. If I got enough steel. I don't. Okay, never mind then. Do we have steel on this island?
A cup of coffee. You've been playing for 2 hours.
I've not been playing for 2 hours. That's just since the last crash. And a lot longer than that. Oh, interesting. You need a special building to get the mail. Okay.
Drops are spinning.
Yes, we've got spare steel over here. Let's take that with us. This one seemed like a compact option. Let's go settle here and see how this works. Okay, same kind of vein. You get a ghost.
You just crossed paths with the Great Wizard.
We all need a plan B.
We've claimed this island, and we've got
These
a trading
fabled
post.
lands exist.
Okay.
Altitude stable.
We've not got the usual stuff at the top. Sure, what we do in this regard. We also can't fuel a heater. There's no... Oh, they can plant a forest up here. Okay. Can they? No. No, there's no ground. There's missing fertility, like it says. Yeah. So to get a heater, we need to ship in. What, it's an Arctic gas mine. Why is 250? To cover the maximum possible, I guess. So let's start with this one where there's 4.
There. Glad I don't have to be your pump attendant no more. The cheek of it! I asked ya.
Missing technician workforce, of course. So how do I get my technician workforce here? I build houses? Looks like it. Don't see any other option. There is that pier in the other areas where you can ship. I've not used one yet, but I think you can ship workforce around. That is not an option here. Okay, so let's say, for example, we build a house. So we need to connect it to the trading post. It's giving us an explorer. Okay. They are freezing cold, so they need a heater. Heater needs to be filled with coal, so you need to have coal, spare coal in the region, and ship it.
A competitor raised a settlement.
Okay, interesting things are happening.
The causeway remains at high tide, though it cannot be seen.
Need to have surplus coal in the region and ship it by airship up here regularly to feed the heaters, to ultimately get 1,000 technicians up here, which is more than we have on this island. So I'm not sure they'll fit. I think this may be a case of needing an Arctic lodge with some useful items, perhaps free heat, perhaps reduced workforce requirements, these kind of things. You need quite a lot. It's interesting, it's perhaps not as simple as I had presumed to get the gas and get it out of here. Interesting. Equally, having now settled on a gas producing platform, the AI player has landed in the region and taken an island that I thought would just be ours for free. So we're going to have to deal with that as well, and presumably if I'm slow they're going to settle the gas islands as well, and I'm going to have to deal with that. So yeah. Sure what to do about that. Maybe just accept the state of the game and leave them to it for a while, and we'll come deal with it later. We've still got a power supply where we need it without any actual hassle, so you don't need to stress about rushing this or anything, I guess. I would really like a way to take my 600 surplus technicians and use them on this island. Never mind, no big deal. Let's finish off the quest chain while we're here instead.
Crops are spinning. They abandoned their boats. Will you see? I dislike it. Maneuvering. There. Clear tracks leading away from the boats. On course.
Log entries. Abandoned the sticks in Hades. Waited for the thaw, but they never came.
Seductive chance, Berryman.
Looking for the Northwest Passage by foot. 2 lifeboats with essential supplies and are pulling them like sleds. A month later, well, not even that. Men tire. Too ambitious. Reduced it to 1 lifeboat.
Competitors have agreed.
They've lost no men.
Dirigibbling. Light path plotted.
Some other item. Some lost expedition scrap. Interesting. It's going to unlock some kind of transmuting. Yeah. Okay, we'll take a look at those items after we've done the quest, see if there's anything that interests me there. This looks kind of promising. We're at a crossroads. Sturgeon went through the canyon to the north. Desieux went over the dunes to the west. Couch went to the chasms in the east. 3 days later, no one's returned. 2 days after that, 2 of the teams have returned. Couch, who took the chasms in the east, is feared dead. Sturgeon reports the canyon tapers to a dead end. Desieux reports something more promising. So it's the path that Desieux took, which was the snow dunes to the west.
They stayed here for a time. Light path plotted. Then where?
So that's the way we'll go, I guess.
Maneuvering.
Some kind of item. Arctic Lodge item that increases hunting productivity at no cost. Great.
Heading set.
Doesn't look very promising.
On course.
There is some kind of camp.
Dirigibbling.
There is some kind of man in a red costume.
On course.
Can't pick it up or anything.
On course.
Doesn't look like I can do anything with it. It's a shame. Can't even say hello. We'll just have to wave from up here, I guess. Feel like we may have gone the wrong way. Can't see any obvious trail or path.
Maneuvering.
Feel we were supposed to find Santa.
Dirigibbling.
It's definitely west that we were supposed to go. Yes.
On course.
Perhaps just this way instead, slightly further north. Yeah. Following a trail of dead bodies.
I fear for them. Heading set.
Here we are. Try to climb the glacier.
Workforce shortage.
The ice desert has been treacherous. We've lost both men and equipment. See darkness in the eyes of the living, now that their companions lie buried. If you knew that we were also at the end of our supplies, you might understand their anger. But they are loyal men, and know they cannot hope to survive alone. They'll only challenge me if I admit defeat, and that I refuse. Sheer mountain lies ahead. Had to stifle my shock at its sudden appearance. The perilous climb we must now undertake. Morale among men is already low. Would not appear in my right mind as their leader if I asked them to turn and face the horrors of the desert we had all thought behind us. No, we climb. Meeting us at the summit, I believe, will be a view upon the shimmering water of the Northwest Passage, which shall sate the hunger.
They dropped it all. Hovering. Difficult climb.
We can climb a lot easier. Why didn't they just think to build an airship?
Right path plotted. Maneuvering.
It's the next camp. Notes. Lost my best man. Commander Sturgeon in the mountains. Poor man was too anxious to prove me right. Some made it, but all hungry and desperate. Shovel loads to fuel your belly up here, and we have no food at all. There were grunts and growls in the night. Either we eat the resident bears, or they eat us.
Bear country. Hunters must be strong to come here. Maneuvering.
Seen you down the trail.
On course.
There are bears.
Heading set.
Looks like they may have won the fight. Path goes north, I guess we go that way. Not see any items to pick up.
Maneuvering.
One way to the tip of the map from the looks of it.
A storm rises. Your bird will rock like a feather in the wind. Maneuvering.
Some people. I guess we follow the prince. Looks like it goes down this way.
Right path plotted.
Is that right? Ah, yes, because here is a quest item. More notes. So John has entrusted me, Desir, with the completion of his log, as he no longer has the strength to put pen to paper. There likely won't be many more entries left for me to write. We are no longer killed by bears, but have been lost days and weeks in high valleys that all look the same, having lost our compass. We are now only 6. John Faithful, Sergeant is the first mate. Little is an engineer. Hodgson is a surgeon. Irving is a ship's boy, and Desir, Lieutenant Commander. The boy lives because he is a good lad, and none of us could suffer to eat of him. The bear meat never was going to last, you see. So John did have us swear never to speak of the shame, but who does he think we will tell?
God. On course. The domain of night belongs to Amarok.
Continue down this path, I suppose.
Maneuvering. Light path plotted.
More notes. So John speaks again. He says, a silhouette of a great wolf came to him in his sleep, and he wishes to meet us. Our pack is down to 3. So John, the boy Irving, and me, Desir. We shall remember Sergeant Little and Hodgson. We shall remember the others who tripped and fell, who froze, who fell ill, who starved, who drowned, who were maimed by bears, who slipped on high or fell through the cracks. And we shall remember those who, when we ran out of food, drew the short straw in vain. If a passage exists, we have not found it. But though he is mad, I will accompany Sir John to the end. The ferocious ship's boy Irving is our guardian spirit, the same who, with superhuman strength, was able to fend off grown men in the snow who were after his legs for supper.
Follow your faithful ear. Can be men no longer.
If there's anything down all these side chutes that are not the correct way, but perhaps have items. Scrap, perhaps.
On course.
Here we are. 3 people.
Shortage.
Dirigibbling. There. Long dead, but moving still. Amarok spared them so that their story may be retold.
Too late. Too late. They're all dead. My impudence before the gods. We were doomed from the beginning. My stubbornness. My vile, reckless ambition. I should have died out there with them. I should have died.
John! My John!
John
speaking.
no more. I'm a phantom, my love. An exile condemned to this twilight plain for eternity.
Say whatever you like, John. I did everything I could to find you, and have absolutely no intention of giving up now.
I never could argue with you.
I am sorry about Sir John. He's had a hard time. They all have. I am ever so grateful to you. And do not think I have forgotten your reward. But for now, I must get my dear husband home.
It's my reward. I can't remember if she promised anything.
Call
That's
it a white
something.
lie.
Airship.
Mission
Sitting
complete.
easy,
Okay,
Shabba.
let's...
Gonna be pulling my leg. Too soon. On course.
Our airship back, I guess.
You endure where others have not. I promised I would reward you, and now I have. And thank you. Thank you for bringing back my dear John.
So reward is one museum item, not part of the set, I don't think. 50 attractiveness, that's nice, it's good. And an airship item that increases movement speed and load speed. Fine, let's give the airship item to our only airship, which we might as well keep around. We'll take the museum item to our museum. Let's put that into storage and send this guy.
The great Sir William Perry had to abandon his ship too. HMS Angry Wrath. It must still be out here somewhere. I grew up reenacting his expeditions in the garden. I can still recite the coordinates of the Angry Wrath by heart.
We're not finished here. Okay. More side quests, I guess. Let's send this item to the Cape anyway. That's where it belongs. Go treasure hunting after. I think that's from the fact there's a transmutation shop. I guess there's more treasure hunting to be done here. In the same way, there's more salvaging to be done at the Cape, even though we haven't done any. So what have we got here? We've got some items we can't buy yet because we don't have enough investors. Crop farms make gold. Interesting. Kind of cool. We could definitely put that to use. Mountain mines make iron in addition to whatever else they're doing. Investors are happier and eat less chocolate. It's less helpful. Alcohol production goes better and makes free coffee. These are some pretty cool items. Don't need too much. Quite a bit of scrap is needed, but other items are okay. 10% income, 20% workforce, and plus 10 happiness to all residences around the town hall. That's big. Very big. This is cool. We might try and get some of these as mid to long term targets. Crop farms make cigars. People drink less coffee. Cultural buildings are cheaper. It's happiness and income from pubs and theatres. Getting less powerful. I guess these are no longer legendary items, these are just epic and rare ones. Reduced explosion and fire chance at heavy industries. Well, I'd like 100 of those all over the place. So we got movement speed and slowdown, so kind of airship items. General things. Arctic flu chance reduction. Gas mine productivity. And it Tick gas mine, increase productivity, which we would definitely want, as there's a finite number of sources, but also creates zinc and copper, which I believe you combine to make brass. I'm not sure you can do that combining here. You have to ship the zinc and copper to the old world to make the brass and bring it back. Lumberjacks and charcoal kilns make schnapps. That's interesting, given that we're shipping schnapps in, while operating a lot of charcoal kilns here. Don't want to be operating charcoal kilns here, but if they made schnapps, that might make it worth it.
A competitor's island withstood an attack.
Pemmican Cookhouse makes canned food, which would prevent us needing to ship that in. Very cool. Heater uses wood instead of coal. I guess the lumberjack's hut takes up less, a shorter radius than the coal, the kiln does, I guess. Oil lamp uses copper instead of brass. I mean, without a copper source here, that doesn't seem that helpful. You still got to ship in the ingredient. Homes reduced pemmican consumption. Increased workforce per home. Buff the rangers. General increased productivity. Some very cool items there. Very cool ones. May well spend some time getting the scrap needed to buy some of them. Let's put this kind of stuff into storage. I want to take that pulley onto the airship, and I don't think we necessarily want to put that bow into use right now. No particular need for that. So we've equipped that. This quest is over here, so let's just click in this general area and see if we find a
charts bury my desk.
Lost ship over there somewhere. Income has dropped quite a bit randomly. Might be the end of a party or something. 6.5 million in the bank is
A new commission?
way more than enough. That was it. That was the Arctic main quest complete, I guess. That's I'd say better than the Cape one. The relevance to the real historical story is a nice touch. This follow-up with some salvage and transmutation and stuff is perhaps... I didn't like it in the Cape, so I guess I wasn't going to like it here. But there you go. We may do some of it here. We may go back and do more of the salvaging in the Cape as well, because there are legendary items related to that. I think I spied an item there to pick up. So what next, I suppose, is do we immediately continue on from a story perspective and do the African DLC? I'm tempted to. Do we tidy up a few things like the additional salvaging or whatever around here? Before we do that, here's a ship.
HMS Angry Grass.
That's the one we're looking for.
Oh, yes, of course. The scrap will be useful too. Why not take it to Old Mate?
Oh, this may just be a
returned from its voyage.
short side quest that introduces the idea of transmuting in the Arctic region. Bit put out by just how much work is needed to hook the gas up. We may not be doing that for quite a while.
Doesn't this worry you at all?
In fact, let's demolish that because it's expensive. Expensive to upkeep, so yeah.
Here's an easy target, lads.
Kind of just want to claim all of the islands here to prevent the AI from moving in and then move on and do other things, so... There we go. If we needed the gas, it might be different, might spend more time on it, but... let's try and end this pirate war again.
Oh, this is some scrap from William, but there's more scrap out there for all the other failed expeditions. Bring it here, and I'll transmute it.
You can do that.
Call that a storm. I don't need telling enough.
We're back at peace. Again. So yeah, that was
Airship.
the end of that chain. Give it a minute to see if it gives us another side quest, or if that was it. It was just introducing the concept of scrap around the place.
Light path plotted.
Do with putting Condor to use rather than having it sat here doing nothing. We've not got any airship stations anywhere else, but if we can just use it instead of a ship.
Previous expeditions became lost in the ice. Most were forced to leave valuable resources behind. We could look for them.
Is it perhaps a repeatable quest? Those who came before us, does it just keep giving you an infinite random location to go for?
Hovering.
Let's click through a few and see. See if we can work it out. It's one scrap.
I'm very glad old Nate's around.
Heading
His chuckles are contagious.
Which would we need? What there was an item here that I was like, yeah, I definitely want that. So it wasn't. The Glog Splurger might be the.
One final look.
Sort the newspaper out. Ooh. Do not want that much right chance.
It can only do them good, I'm sure.
Positivity instead.
Use the newspaper to manipulate.
Always telling the scruffs to keep their mitts off me biscuits.
That I definitely.
Gained an influence bonus.
All residences, income, workforce, and happiness. Yeah, that's.
These fabled
We
lands
definitely
exist
want.
after all.
We don't have the sugar. I think that's the fourth item, but we would need 50 scrap to do so. So.
Altitude stable.
We are currently at. Maybe less than that, but we'll be in here in the list somewhere. Those are the 3 undersea scraps. Can I filter it down to find it? Is it not raw material? Not agricultural, it's not intermediate. Construction, yeah, there it is. 19 of them. So we'd need another 31. Get 1 legendary item. Okay. Feels like you're just kind of given the side quest at random to go out and find the scrap. Perhaps over time in the Arctic, something like that. Particular point in hanging around. So if I change zones, we'll see if I still get the side quest. I'm going to assume I won't. But I need to look at, can we put the airship onto a trading route just so that it's on one? It's got 3 ships, didn't realise that. Interesting. One is unloading. One is full and one is empty. Makes it kind of look like it needs 3 ships. Weirdly. That's their intercession at the moment. Same issue, there's no specific route that needs a fast airship. Just put it on the, oh, that should be intercession. The one route we've got in the Arctic. on or on it. So at least it's not doing nothing. I can always come and grab it later, but let's go and take the steam-powered cargo ship we've got up here and sell it, I guess. Point in holding on to it that I can think of. Where did I send my flagship? It's here, good at Cape. It's kind of ready to do a Rise of Emperor Katama. Don't feel like the Arctic added anything that really helped us progress. We have access to the gas, but we don't particularly need it at the moment. And it will be difficult to get it. Getting the necessary staff levels.
You bit off more than you could chew.
Doing is we're feeding our canned food, brass and schnapps up there for no real benefit. The gold, actually thinking about the gold mines, it's a benefit. It's a bit intangible because we have gold anyway, it's just that getting it in a more efficient manner, I think. Yeah, I'm still, I guess, keen on getting all that gold hooked up, brought here, processed and then sold off to old Nate for
Bear skin, dog skin, cat skin.
good rate. That is
What's down in the hold is my concern.
hell of a fleet that she's protecting her ships with these days. So airships are available in the old world anyway. We haven't got anything to do with them so far. Here they are. We can build a rigid airship hangar foundation in the old world. Perhaps builds different types. Need the aluminium, which we haven't set up yet. We could go do that and then start setting up shipments of mail between islands, perhaps. Interesting stuff. No real I'm more motivated to do the African expedition next, like now. Let's finish anything I've got half finished. Selling that unneeded trade ship, Castilla. I think everything else is under control. Income isn't great following our expedition, but it's okay. Yeah, it's still 6.6 million and growing, so I think we can afford to take the risk on doing the next expedition quest chain.
A competitor raised a
expedition. Another island has been taken. I think I'm just going to leave them to it, not worry too much. We will, at some point, I will ultimately work out what on earth to do with the AI players, and we'll sort them out. I think it will be form an alliance with the pirates and attack everyone.
New orders. When it comes to trade, you know.
Taking the initiative.
Good, sold him off, made some money. Oh, Willie Wibblesock formed an alliance with pirates.
Remember? So snake.
Interesting.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Yep, we sorted that out. Okay. I don't. So yeah, next thing I want to do is start that campaign, the African thing. Let's get that replica into storage. Don't necessarily want to fiddle with the museum at the moment. It needs moving before we can add anything in, I think. Yeah. So I'm not actually going to display it yet. We will call it an early night, I think. That's how I feel at the moment. I want to do the African expedition next, but I don't want to start that tonight on account of we won't get far in the next 45 minutes, and I think I've been going long enough, pushing my voice as far as it will go at the moment. So ignore the time on the screen. We're going to end the stream now, wrap it up now, and call it a night a little bit early, give my voice a little extra rest in the morning, and we'll go and stock back up on all the hard candies I need to take an extra bit of care of it, because I'm streaming again tomorrow. So Anno 1800 will be back next Wednesday, and I think we will do the same again, starting at 2 PM GMT, and then seeing how late we can go, aiming for 10 PM again. So we'll do another long one, starting 2 PM GMT next Wednesday, continuing with the African expedition first, and then yeah, we'll see about later in the week, because obviously Christmas coming up, so I won't be available every day. We'll put a schedule out tomorrow evening about which days I am actually available for streaming, but definitely next Wednesday, that's for sure. I will be back tomorrow for more streaming of Factorio. We've got a big factory in there to do a lot of work on. I'm going to aim to do this similar thing to today. Again, start 2 PM GMT, aim for 10 PM finish, but see how far my voice lets me go. Like I say, I'll stock up on what I need in the morning, and hopefully we'll be able to have a nice long stream tomorrow as well in Factorio and enjoy that. Thank you very much for joining me today. Been an excellent stream. Nice to see everyone who came in and chatted. Nice to see everyone who came in and watched. And if you weren't able to and you caught this later, thank you for watching it as well. Always lovely to see. Thank you very much once again to everybody who's followed today. Really do appreciate that support. We've got lots more streams coming up through the Christmas period and beyond. So if you are enjoying, please do come join us as much as you can. It's really lovely to have you here. I'm not going to raid into anyone tonight because I think I need a break from the screens, so I'm not going to be watching anyone. I'm just going to call it a night with one final thank you very much, and hope to see you again soon.